Hey there, friends. Today's episode is a Stories for Sleep episode, and as such, I will not be talking long in this intro. But I do want to let you know that today's stories are all from December of 2025. This is the entirety of December, so this is a fairly long episode, so hope that you enjoy. This is something I've been working on myself for many years. Things have settled down quite a bit for me, but I was thinking this community might like to hear my story. Or maybe even had experienced something similar. For as long as I can remember, I've had dreams and memories of another life. Very specifically, another sister. I remember playing in a field with her, picking flowers. I remember swinging on a tire swing in our yard. I even remember how she liked to eat her ice cream with half the bottle of chocolate syrup. Her name was Kate, and she had dark curly hair that she wore in braids when she went to bed. But the thing is, I didn't have a sister. At least, not for the longest time. I remember talking about her when I was younger, and my parents do too. I've talked to them about this since it happened, but they confirmed that even as a young kid, I often talked about this sister named Kate that never existed. They told me they always thought I just had an overactive imagination, or that I was just very creative with my make-believe games. In fact, when I would talk about having a sister, they thought it was my way of asking for a sibling. I was an only child for a while, so they thought that maybe I was lonely. Maybe I just wanted someone to play with. And so, when I was 7, my parents sat me down and explained that I was going to be a big sister. I remember the excitement that flooded through me. Kate was coming back and we would be together again. I remember excitedly hugging my parents and thanking them. Over the next few months, I would talk about all the things Kate and I used to do together and what I wanted to do when she returned. My parents told me when I was older that they didn't really know how to react to it. They were happy that I was happy about a sister, but they didn't want me to be disappointed when my sibling arrived and they weren't a girl, but a brother instead. And especially if their name wasn't Kate. But that never crossed my little mind. I was just happy to have Kate back in my life. Then we found out that I was definitely getting a little sister, but her name was not going to be Kate. In fact, they wanted to give her a name closer to mine, like Emily or Emma. My name is Elizabeth or Ellie, which was also weird to me as a kid. My name used to be Lucille. Lucy is what I preferred, and my parents remember me often correcting them, telling them to call me Lucy, and they just thought it was something I would grow out of. I never really did, but I just grew tired of correcting them, so I dealt with being called Ellie instead. But now, poor Kate was going to have to adjust to being called a new name too, but I thought we would get through it together. When my sister was actually born, I was pretty devastated. She had blonde hair like me. I also used to have darker hair, and I asked my parents about it, and they told me that I always had blonde hair. Her eyes were green, not brown. And as she got older, her hair was pretty straight and thinner. Don't get me wrong, she was beautiful and still is, but she wasn't Kate. I remember crying at the hospital. Not because I didn't love this baby, but because I realized that Kate, my real sister, wasn't coming back. And as a kid, that hurt. That was all I ever wanted. But I could see the hurt in my mother's eyes as well when she saw my reaction. I know they told me that they were worried that I would have trouble adjusting. Worried that it was just because the attention would be shared between both of us now, but that was never the case. I just realized then that I would have to keep my feelings and memories of Kate to myself. As I grew up with Emma, I loved her fiercely. She was still my sister in this life, and being the older sister, I protected her just as I did with Kate. We played together. I helped her with things like reaching stuff for her, teaching her how to ride her bike, all the normal sibling things. But there was always something missing in my heart, and I knew that was Kate. It was harder as a small kid to really explain what I remembered and what I felt to my parents, because they just never seemed to understand. I was too young to really grasp what loss was, but I sure as hell could feel it. I was grieving for the childhood with Kate that I would never see again. And to add to that grief was also guilt. I was her older sister too, and I felt guilty for leaving her out there alone. I had dreams of seeing her crying and reaching out for me, and the confusion and hurt look on her face as we were pulled apart, and I didn't understand why. I didn't know why we were torn apart. Then, when Emma graduated high school, I was 25 and I was proud of her for it too. She had a few years where she struggled with school, and while my parents are good to us, they were frustrated and didn't understand why she struggled so much with class. I hated the way they got on to her about it too. I know she felt bad about it. What kid wants to come home and listen to their parents harp on about all the bad things you're doing? So I helped her. I did everything I could to keep her going, to help her with her schoolwork. I helped her with her chores so we could get them done faster and then get our homework done together. So, seeing her graduating on time, after the scare of possibly being held back, I was extremely proud of her. But watching her walk across the stage made me think of Kate. How would she have done in school? What would her favorite subject be? What would she struggle with? And with us both being adults now, I wanted those answers. I wanted to know why I had such vivid memories of someone that clearly didn't exist. So, I started my own research to find those answers. I started looking into dreams about people you didn't know, which took me into a rabbit hole of past lives, or even future events. And, unless I was having visions of someone named Lucille, from her perspective, then it at least wasn't my future. So that made me think maybe this was a past life. Maybe I used to be Lucille with a little sister named Kate. That made the most sense to me. I remembered very little about our lives. I remembered our family name, and I remember a specific park that we often rode our bikes to. I remember something bad happening to our family and we cried a lot. Then I remember us being scared, and us being pulled apart. I started looking up people in, basically, online phone books from the state. I was able to easily find the state where the park was, which was helpful. From there, I just had to narrow down names and hope that Kate never changed her last name. It would be even better if I could find information on both Lucy and Kate, but that was a struggle. It took a long time and a few charges from one of those family tree and background websites, but surprisingly, I was able to narrow down my search to a few names. I was able to eliminate those due to other circumstances, and then was down to 2. One of them was deceased, so it's not like I could reach out to them. But then, there was one still living with the name Catherine Marie, which was Kate's real first name, but her last name was different. According to the records I found, she was married, so it made sense. I didn't want to get my hopes up, but I took my chance and tried to find her on Facebook, and, much to my relief, she was relatively easy to find. Her name was the same on her profile. She lived in the same state that I remembered, and she still had dark brown curly hair. The only difference is she was now in her 60s. I cried like a baby. If this was my Kate, she was so much older than I was. That means that I died many years ago. I couldn't believe it at first. What if this was all just a great coincidence? I took the chance for rejection or being wrong, and I sent her a message request. I didn't immediately want to appear insane, so I told her I was trying to find someone matching her description and asked if she had a sister named Lucy. She responded the next day and confirmed that she did, but that Lucy had passed when she was still a little girl, and then she asked how I knew Lucy. This was my Kate. It had to be. I told her my mom was friends with Lucy as a kid, and I was just trying to find them both to reconnect. I had a picture of my dog as my profile picture, and only my birth month was visible to friends, so I was really hoping she wouldn't notice my age or question it, because that's all I had going for me. And that's when she started to connect the dots for me. She asked if she knew Lucy from a foster home, and I didn't remember anything about a foster home, but maybe that's why we were separated. But why would I be in a foster home and her not? Why weren't we together? I confirmed with her that was correct, and then asked her why Lucy was in a foster home and if she was in one too. That's when it all came together. It took her a few days to respond to that, and I feared that I may have scared her off, asking so many questions. But she finally responded saying that it was hard for her to talk about or remember, but then explained that her parents died in an accident, leaving them orphans. Their aunt and uncle agreed to take Kate, but didn't want Lucy because she was a preteen at that point, saying that it would be too hard to take in a younger child and a teenager. Lucy was left in an orphanage, and less than a year later, she died. Kate had tried to reach out to her multiple times. She wanted to see her, to write her letters, but she never got a response and thought Lucy was mad at her for being chosen. She said that she didn't learn until she was a teenager that Lucy had died in a foster home after falling ill. She said that she didn't know that Lucy had even made any friends. I was gutted. Kate grew up without her sister. Grew up with all that guilt, too, of thinking that her sister had died mad at her. And here I was, getting a second chance at life, and getting a second chance to help take care of my little sister. I responded the best way that I could. So many times I wanted to tell her that I was right here, that it was me, and that I was okay. But I doubt she would have believed me. I was in my 20s, and she was in her 60s. There was no way that I was her big sister. I told her that my mom knew Lucy well enough, and that she always talked highly of her, that she loved her with her entire being, and was never mad at her. That she knew it wasn't her fault. I said Lucy would have been happy to see her now, happily married, surrounded by kids and grandkids, and that she deserved all of it. It took her a few weeks to respond after that one, but when she did, I understood why. She explained that when I first messaged her, she was concerned that I was just another scammer trying to get something out of her, and was worried that that's where this was going. But then after my last message, she said that it seemed genuine. It seemed like I truly cared, or at least truly knew Lucy in the time she was around, and she thanked me. She thanked me for reaching out to her and letting her know, because she had prayed over the years that the guilt would go away, and that Lucy was out there somewhere and was proud of her. And I was finally able to give her that relief. She added me as a friend on Facebook, and while we don't talk regularly, I know she's there and I can always look at her posts and see how happy and fulfilled her life became. If she ever questioned my story, she never expressed that to me. Maybe she knew it was a lie. Maybe. She didn't care either way because I believe I truly did give her that relief. After that, I held Emma even closer to me. I have both of my sisters in my life, past and present, and I'm incredibly thankful that I was able to bring closure for both of us and have made a promise to the four of us to live out just as much of a fulfilling life in Lucy's memory. Back in October of 2005, when I was 15, my family and I were living in an apartment above an Esso gas station in Bostrick, Norway. One night, I had a very lucid dream of a little blonde boy, probably aged 8 or 9, crying in our living room. He was wearing a striped t-shirt with a silver star printed in the middle of his chest. When he saw me, he spoke in Swedish. I'm Norwegian, so I understood what he was saying, especially bus accident. He kept pointing down to the Esso station. I woke up, it was October 31st, convinced a bus was going to crash into the station. I told my mom and dad everything about the dream, and my dad told me to get a grip, that nightmares happen. That didn't stop my high anxiety. Every bus that stopped to deliver packages I was sure would crash, but nothing happened. That evening, my siblings and I went down to the station to buy snacks for a horror movie marathon, and I saw a newspaper headline, "Bus Accident in Tenerife." It had a picture of a bus in front of a Shell gas station. And naturally, I bought it because it was a Swedish tourist bus that went off the road in Tenerife, not too far from the airport there, with 28 people on board. A Norwegian tourist leader died. Front and center in the article was a picture of 2 blonde boys crying in the aftermath of the accident. One of them was young, aged 8 or 9, in a striped t-shirt with a star print on the middle. He survived. I don't believe in psychics, mediums, witches, or anything paranormal, but I still have the paper to remind myself that I don't know crap. How can a little boy appear in a dream of mine, a stranger, to warn of an accident happening as it was happening on October 30th, 2005? I haven't had anything like that ever happen to me again, and I still can't explain it. I have read and seen too many people making comments about how the dark web isn't really what it's claimed to be. That it's not full of illegal content or psychopaths. I'm here to say that is, or at least was, incorrect. I have no idea what the dark web is like now. I have no idea what the current and modern state of the dark web is. But I know what I saw back in 2016. I know that a lot of what's out there is likely to just be people scamming others or FBI honeypots, but some of it is absolutely real. I don't care if people believe me, I just need to get it out of my head. I mentioned that I don't know about the modern dark web. That's because this happened about 10 years ago. Back in 2016, when I was a sophomore living in a dorm room that smelled like coffee and body odor. I was a nobody, and was going through the morbid curiosity phase that a lot of guys go through. I had been to some of the messed up surface websites. I'd seen things that I probably shouldn't have, things that likely messed up my psyche. But even then, I was curious about what was out there, what things were hidden below the surface. I downloaded the Tor browser. It's surprisingly easy. You just install it, connect it to a relay node, and then suddenly you're part of this vast anonymous network. Once you connect, you're now underwater, and how deep you swim is completely up to you. For the first few weeks, I stayed on the shallow end and was pretty damn bored with what I found. The dark web is mostly broken links and slow-loading pages that look like they're from the late 90s. That, and a few actual scams. I surfed the hidden wiki looking for random things to entertain me, and I landed mostly on conspiracy forums. From one of these conspiracy forums, I actually found a link that led me to what this story is about. It was in a random comment that was posted to a thread about radio equipment. I even remember the comment because it said, "Click here if you're seeing red." Thinking back, that was actually pretty clever, and I was an idiot for not seeing it coming. The page that loaded was stark white. No graphics, no banners, or anything resembling a page title. Just a list of timestamps and links labeled things like Session 1 and Session 2. At the bottom of the list, there was red text that said, "Live feed active." My heart did a little jump at this. Most people don't realize this because of the movies and whatnot, but live feeds on the dark web are not common because of the bandwidth latency. Tor and Onion routing has a lot of latency issues, data being slow between getting to point A and point B. When I clicked on the link for the live feed, the page loaded in, and it started taking a really long time. The buffer wheel spun for several minutes while I sat there in the dark. Finally, the video player did load in the center of the screen. The quality was terrible and heavily pixelated. The audio from the video was a low and distorted hum that sounded like it was being recorded through a running washing machine. After a few moments, the picture cleared up some, and I could see that the video was of a room that was covered in plastic sheeting. Have you seen Dexter? Think of his old kill rooms. Top to bottom in plastic sheeting with tape holding all of them together. In the center of the room was one of those heavy school desks. The kind with the chair and then the desk is connected to the chair. After a few moments of nothing happening, I was starting to think that I was watching a weird video loop. But then there was motion off to the side, and two men walked into the room. Well, one man walked in, the other sort of stumbled like he was partially unconscious or drunk. The sturdier man pushed him into the room and pointed at the desk, and the second man obliged, sitting down at the desk, crossing his arms and then putting his head down immediately. And then the first man walked closer to the camera and waved. He actually waved, like he was saying hi to everyone that was watching. Like this was some kind of weird Twitch stream. The man was wearing a yellow apron over dark clothes and a mask. It wasn't a clown mask, just a weird smiling white mask, like you could buy at a cheap craft store. And then after he waved, he lifted his other hand to show the camera that he was holding what looked like a large meat cleaver. A large, rectangular, slightly dingy or rusted meat cleaver. That's when it clicked in my head that I was seeing something more than I wanted. That's also when the chat box under the video, a box that I didn't know was there because there was nothing happening before that moment, appeared. There were no names attached to the comments being made. It was just the things people were saying. It popped up with, "Oh, finally," and then another message said, "I'll bid. Take his clothes off." The person on the camera shook his head, and then turned and did something off camera. When he came back, he had a piece of paper that said, "Bidding is closed. Observation only. Boss's orders." I don't want to get into a lot of the detail about what happened next because it was messed up. So I'm going to be a little vague while still giving the visuals that I can. The first man walked over to the guy in the chair and pulled the unconscious guy's head up by his hair. He didn't really struggle, but he was definitely more awake than he looked. The standing man then pointed toward the camera, then looked back, and I think it was then that the guy at the desk really came to realize what was happening. The standing man then grabbed the sitting man's arm and held it down to the desk. I could see the sitting man starting to freak out and plead for whatever was about to happen to, well, not happen. But the room didn't seem to have a proper microphone because the audio was still a garbled mess. To make this a bit shorter, I sat there at my desk, watching as the man with the knife raised the cleaver and cut this guy's fingers off one by one. He started with the pinky finger, and then after it was done, he put the hand back down and moved to the ring finger, the middle, the pointer, and then his thumb. He did this in rapid succession, no pausing or hesitation between them. The sitting man was clearly screaming in agony, but he wasn't doing much to fight it. It seemed like he couldn't do anything. if that makes sense. After the fingers were gone and the man stopped screaming, the man in the apron walked back to the camera, gave a thumbs up, and then turned back toward the man at the desk. The chat at this point was going wild, talking about how much they loved it, and they wanted more. The masked man then walked around to the other side of the desk and grabbed the sitting man's arm, forcing it down onto the surface. He looked back at the camera and motioned towards the fingers, and then shook his head like, no, not the fingers this time. Then he motioned toward the wrist. He then looked back at the camera and nodded. That is where my description's going to stop. I didn't see how far he took it because I closed everything. I shut the computer off and then proceeded to vomit numerous times into my trash can. I couldn't believe what I had just witnessed, that I had just watched this random man be partially mutilated. I was sickened, and I was disappointed in myself for actually watching it because that made me a participant. I was one of the audience, one of the group of people that was pushing this to happen. That made it that much worse. I hated myself for sitting there as long as I did. I didn't get back on my PC for several days, thinking that I would somehow see that website again. When I did get back on the computer, I didn't just delete Tor. I formatted the hard drive and factory reset the entire machine. I was terrified that my info had been logged somewhere on that site, and I was of the mind to just completely make the computer feel like new. I never found that site again because I never looked for it. People say that red rooms are myth, but I know for a fact that that's what I ended up on. Maybe they're mostly right, but that one, at the very least, did exist. In March of 2014, my life shifted in a way that I never expected. At 4 a.m, I woke up to a phone call from my oldest sister telling me that our other sister had been in a car accident and that I needed to get to the hospital immediately. I jumped in the car half awake and terrified. On the drive, I passed the accident scene. There was barely anything left of the car. My mind went blank. I was crying, shaking, and just needed to keep driving. When I got to the hospital, my oldest sister and my mom were already there. We waited together for news, hoping for anything other than what we were afraid of. The doctor came in, and the words he said didn't feel real. My sister didn't make it. The three of us broke, and on top of that heartbreak was the weight of knowing that 5 kids had just lost an incredible mother. There's a saying. When you lose a loved one, you're vulnerable to spirits, or more open to the other side. I didn't pay much attention to sayings like that until this happened. After she died, I was desperate, begging her to talk to me, to give me something so I would know that she was still there. A week later, things started happening. It began with little things. Shadows in the corner of my eye, the sense that someone was standing right in front of me when I closed my eyes to sleep. I started sleeping with a dimmer on and eventually with a sleep mask because I felt like I was being watched. I still sleep with one. One night, it was just me and my 6-month-old at home. I was lying on the couch in the dark watching TV while she slept in her bouncer. A shadow shot quickly across the TV screen. I assumed it was my cat, but later, when I stood up to go to bed, I found my cat asleep the entire time, curled up right above my head. The worst night happened while my husband was out of town. I had fallen asleep with the lights on, and the baby right next to me. I woke up in the middle of the night, and surrounding us were tall, dark figures standing in a circle, just staring down. I froze. I covered my baby and cried because I didn't know what else to do. Eventually, I fell back asleep out of pure exhaustion. My mom is Filipino, and she grew up around stories and beliefs about spirits and hauntings. When I told her what was happening, she didn't dismiss me. She believed me. She told me that I wasn't crazy, and she came to my home and cleansed it. After she cleansed the house, everything stopped. No shadows, no figures, no pressure in the room. Nothing. And it's stayed that way ever since. I'm not sure what to call this experience. Paranormal, glitch, or something else entirely. All I know is this is a true story. During the late 1990s, I was newly separated from my husband and raising 3 children. My 2 oldest were in school, and my youngest was only a month old. We lived in a small 2-bedroom apartment. I had a waterbed in my bedroom with a mirrored headboard. One night, as I lay there trying to fall asleep, I felt and heard hot breath on the top of my head. It was exactly like the sound you make when you fog up glasses to clean them. That moment terrified me. And after that, I refused to sleep in my bedroom and moved to the couch in the living room. The living room had a typical setup. The sofa up against one wall, and across from it was a big console television. The heavy wooden kind that everyone's grandma used to have. My newborn slept in a bassinet next to me, and every afternoon we would nap together before I had to go pick up my older child. All mothers will understand the exhaustion of feeding every 2 or 3 hours around the clock, and the need to grab a nap wherever you can, even if it's only 30 minutes. For about a week, though, those naps weren't really refreshing. Every afternoon when I drifted off, I would feel something touching me, tugging at my hair, brushing my clothes, even pulling at my eyelids. I felt fingers in my ears. I would toss and turn, swatting at nothing while my baby slept peacefully beside me. This was in December, so there weren't any flies or anything. I brushed it off as nightmares from sheer exhaustion, and possibly stress from the lifestyle changes, the new baby, newly separated, new apartments, etc. One afternoon, after having felt the same familiar jabs and hair pulls, I gave up on the nap altogether. When I opened my eyes, fully awake, I found myself staring at the dark screen of the console television. That's when I saw what had been bothering me every afternoon at nap time. In the TV's reflection, on the back of the sofa behind me, were 5 tiny figures, each about the size of a small cat, walking single file along the top edge of the couch. 2 rabbits, 2 clowns, and one that resembled a leprechaun with a little hat. One by one, they reached the end of the couch and dropped off, but when I turned my head to see the back of the couch, nothing was there. I looked back at the reflection. The little beings were still there, marching and vanishing off the edge. It was one of the most disturbing things I have ever seen and experienced. After that, I stopped napping altogether and started drinking coffee to stay awake in the afternoons while my newborn slept. Decades have passed, and nothing like this has ever happened to me again. Was it the apartment? Exhaustion? Stress? Or something else? I'll never know. I've carried this memory through the years and never shared it with anyone. I worried that people might think that I had lost my mind, and as a single mom, I didn't want anyone questioning my sanity. Now that I'm a grandma, I do feel safe enough to share my experience. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please share it. Even though I've lived in North Dakota my whole life, I have never grown tired of the snow. I love it. I loved playing in it as a kid, and even as an adult with my own kids and pets. But there was one winter when I was 11 that things became pretty scary for the neighborhood, and we all learned a fairly valuable lesson. It was late December. We were actually on our Christmas break, so we had plenty of time to play in the snow and not have to worry about anything. My older sister and I got all bundled up and dashed out the door before our mom could assign us one more chore to do first. We lived in a pretty close family-style neighborhood. The front yards were all open, while the backyards were fenced in. We usually played in the front, so when another kid came out, we would holler for them and all hang out together. It was the same thing on these snow days. When it came to snow, we usually played between Jason and Martha's house. Jason was the same age as my sister. Martha was an older lady who lived alone, but she had probably one of the largest yards. She loved having us kids around and didn't mind that we took her snow, especially because one of us would end up shoveling her walkway for her. She was the sweetest. So we would meet up between those two yards and just do whatever from there. Eventually, all the kids in the neighborhood would be out to play or do something at that time. We tried to build snow castles, but never really got that far. We made snow angels, or silly messages in the snow. Snowball fights were a given, and we would also build a snowman, and the whole family, really. With a few of us out there, we had a quick snowball fight, and then something was mentioned about needing backup. That's when we started building our snowmen. My sister, my friend Lacey, and I started working on ours when another neighborhood boy named Tanner came to join us. Tanner was an okay kid. As bad as this sounds, he was the type of person that was fine to be around in small doses. He would start out fine, but then would do something to get on your nerves. He started helping us with the snowmen, but then would do other things, like try to make them way too big, or even make one smaller snowman, but then throw it in the air and let it smash into the ground. He would just get too impatient, I think. At one point, he got too rowdy and started acting like he was fighting the snowman, and punched a hole through one. At that moment, we were all mad at him because we had spent all that time on them, and angrily, even regretfully, told him to go away. We kicked him off our team, so to speak, and told him to try helping someone else. He just laughed about it and walked away to do something else. No big deal to us, and also was not a surprise. That's how Tanner was. I don't know how much time passed at this point, but we played for quite some time. After a while, we got called in for lunch. We took off our layers, had lunch, and then decided to stay inside for the rest of the day, since our gloves and pants were pretty wet. We were in the basement, playing or watching something, when my mom came downstairs and asked if we played with Tanner at all today. We told her that we did for a little while, but that we told him to go away when he started being mean. She asked when the last time was that we saw him, and we had no idea. We didn't have a watch or a cell phone, so we didn't know the time, but we guessed that we were probably only together for the first hour or so. My mom asked us to really think about it and kept saying, "Are you sure?" And I remember thinking that she sounded like we were lying, and I was scared. My sister tried to explain better what happened, and my mom just nodded and said okay, and then went back upstairs. We didn't really know what that was all about, but we just continued with our day. It was probably half an hour later. We were in the kitchen having a snack when my mom answered the knock at the door. I thought I was scared before. I was even more scared when she went to the kitchen with a cop and Tanner's mom. I remember them smiling and being nice and soft-spoken. They just asked some of the same questions about Tanner that my mom asked earlier, but the cop asked more about what we were doing, what was said, who else was around. We went over it all again and explained that nothing crazy happened, We got mad at him, yeah, but he walked off laughing about it. So why were we being questioned so hard about him when he was just as mean to us? Remember that this was all my thought process as a kid. And that's when the officer explained to us that we weren't in trouble, and neither was Tanner. But the real concern was that he was missing. No one could find him. His mom had been calling for him for some time, but he wasn't responding. She walked around the neighborhood, and she could not find him. And none of the kids out there knew where he was. And that's when she started going to the houses and calling people to ask if maybe he was in someone's house, or if anyone had seen him. So far, everyone had given a similar story. He played with us, got too rowdy, and then was told to try somewhere else. Tanner's mom was really sweet. I always thought it was odd that Tanner was such a bully sometimes, but she hugged us and thanked us for helping and for playing with him. After they left, I remember feeling scared and a little guilty. Would he still be around if we hadn't told him to leave? And where could he have gone? I felt bad and I wanted to do something to help out, even though I was just a kid myself. It was getting late, and I knew the sun was setting because some people had flashlights. My sister and I were nosy with people walking around outside, so we went and sat outside on the porch. My parents wouldn't let us leave. We were watching people talking and walking around, and that's when it really struck me that this was a full-blown missing person situation. Police were involved. They were looking everywhere. So what happened to him? And could it have happened to any of us? Turns out, it really could have been any of us. We were still on the porch, playing with a little snow up there, when we started hearing someone screaming. They were yelling, "I need help! He's here! I found him!" I remember seeing Tanner's dad running across the yard, down the street, looking down. Several other people followed him, and I started hearing more yelling in the distance. They ran around the corner of the street, and shortly after, we heard an ambulance. Something had certainly happened. With our parents walking toward the end of the street, we followed to see what was happening. I watched Tanner's dad walk back down our street holding Tanner. I remember the fear that I felt as he carried him. He was limp. And when he turned him around to put him on the ambulance stretcher, his lips were a dark blue, and his skin was super white pale. They quickly loaded him up in the ambulance, and his mom jumped in with him as they drove away. Tanner's dad said something to my dad, and the cop standing nearby, and then he got in his car and drove away too. We went back inside, and it became a normal night from there, for us, at least. My mom was on the phone a few times, but otherwise, I did my best to put Tanner in the back of my mind. But right before I went to bed, I remember crying. My mom asked me what was wrong, and I told her about how I felt bad about Tanner, and how I felt like it was partially our fault. My mom explained that we weren't in trouble, none of us kids were, and that it was just a scary situation. I asked what happened to him, and she explained it to me. Apparently, at some point, after playing with us, Tanner ran off to do his own thing when he spotted one of those huge piles of snow. Of course, at our age, they were taller than us. It was like a mini mountain. Sometimes, we even got snow from them, but not often because they were typically pretty dirty on the outside and hard to dig through. However, Tanner took it as a challenge, and he tried climbing it. He must have hit a soft spot toward the top and immediately fell through, leaving him stuck there and unable to get out. Now, this was all I knew at the time. My mom told me that they found him still alive, but he was very hurt, and she promised to tell me what happened to him whenever she found out more. I didn't see Tanner at school when we returned from our break. In fact, he didn't come back for about a month, and he was limping too, trying to use a crutch. He didn't play outside at all either. When he did finally return, I was hesitant to approach him, thinking he may have been mad at me. I told my mom about him being at school, and she suggested that I talk to him and be supportive. So I did. To my surprise, he was happy to talk to me. He seemed like old Tanner, but maybe a little less rambunctious. He actually explained to me how he climbed up that pile and was stomping on it when he fell through. He tried to dig his way out, but every time he moved, the snow packed around him more and more. He told me that he remembered being really scared, cold, and tired. Then he explained that he was using a crutch because they had to cut off 2 of his toes, and the tip of one of his fingers, and one of his ears. As Tanner did, he had taken off his gloves and hats before he fell in. From then on, Tanner and I actually became pretty good friends. He was still a goof in class, but not nearly as crazy as he used to be. I think that this was all a pretty stark learning experience for him. It was still a pretty scary experience for me, knowing that we were all outside playing and even went in while he was buried in the snow. I learned more about hypothermia and Tanner's experience when I was older. If he was in there much longer, he really could have died, and that was terrifying. Something all of us kids enjoyed every year could easily kill any of us. Thankfully, even with Tanner being a bit of a jerk of a kid, our neighborhood stuck together to look for him. Someone had noticed shoe prints around the pile, but no one apparently thought to look in the pile, because it appeared undisturbed. But then someone noticed the prints on the side and the slightly indented top of it, and I think all of us are grateful that they actually checked it. Because if they hadn't, Tanner might not be here at all. Hello again, Raven. Definitely been loving the constant content uploads and really enjoying all of the new stories and members of the channel who are finally sharing their own crazy stories too. Especially the ones who have been long-time listeners and first-time shares around the campfire community you've built. Thank you, Fox. I'll always be thankful for that, as many of us have told you. This story actually took place not long ago, and Wifey is also in this one as well, and as always, this is a true story. We all have days where we get our list of household needs together, and rather than making a few trips to the store throughout the week, we'll pick one specific day, usually a weekend, and go to several stores in one big outing, so that groceries and household materials are all restocked at once. We build a list throughout the week of things we need, and then take said list to the store to purchase these items. Wifey and I have been doing this for a while, and for us, it sometimes doubles as an outing for us. I know what some of you might say. Grocery shopping at multiple stores isn't that much of a date, right? Well, in the traditional sense, you're not wrong. However, for Wifey and I, these moments to step away from all of the other things we do on set for TV shows, movies, teaching classes, and so on, the moments that we share as a normal married couple are enjoyable and precious to us. We usually use this time to talk to each other, share our taste in certain foods, discuss household needs and things we'd like to have for the future, and pretty much get to know more about each other, since shopping in stores can unlock all kinds of memories, goals, and other things we choose to share with each other. We've been together for 5 years, married for 2 of them, and every couple develops some kind of unique bonding that others might think is odd or unusual. But nonetheless, it's important. I know this seems like a detour, but I promise that all of this is relevant to the story. We picked a Saturday about a week before this story was shared, and headed to our first of 3 stops around mid-morning. Wifey and I love to go to Goodwill and look around for all kinds of cool knickknacks. She'll find yarn for her crocheting, and I'll usually find a decent pair of shoes, a cool shirt, and some pants. And, recently, I've been collecting some books. Raven, if you don't know already, you'd be surprised how many books wind up at thrift stores, especially books on computer forensics, CompTIA N+ certification, C++, and even a ton of JavaScript, Python, and more, which recently I've added to my library. Very nice and very true. When Wifey and I get into a store, we usually do the same thing. Walk in together, check a few items and see what deals or sales are going on, and then we go our separate ways to look at things in the areas of our interest. And then we meet back together by the aisles with all of the sporting goods. I keep an eye out for her across the store, and she does the same for me. Since we have had some issues in recent years with men trying to go and talk to Wifey, or otherwise try to follow her around the store when they see her by herself. I'm not the hovering type, of course, but I do know when someone's just looking, and when someone is waiting for me to move away and attempting to approach or follow her. Wifey also knows how to handle herself, and in most cases the worst that happens is one of the men who approach her will either see me headed back towards Wifey and correct their course immediately in the opposite direction, or they'll suffer the worst case of frostbite ever from the cold shouldering they get from Wifey. However, this time around, things were vastly different. I remember that I was eyeing a pair of shoes, trying to figure out what brand they were, and down the center aisle across the store, Wifey had found a dress with a pattern she liked, and was feeling the fabric with her hands, meaning she might make the purchase and use it for a project. I looked over at her across the store admirably as she smiled warmly, her eyes glowing, and she placed the dress in the shopping cart. I noticed someone moving through the men's section at a steady pace, and I looked over to see this Caucasian male in a brown jacket, with low, almost bald hair and a perpetual scowl, making his way in her direction. He was moving too fast to be shopping, but not so fast that it was obvious. So I did what I normally do when I see this kind of effort heading in Wifey's direction, and I tossed the shoes back into the aisle and began walking quickly towards Wifey myself. She glanced back at me and then over her shoulder, and began pushing the basket further down the back wall aisle where the dresses were, giving me a chance to reach her before the random man did. I remember how he stopped in his tracks as I greeted her, and she began to tell me enthusiastically about the dress she had found, and pretended to ask me if it was okay to buy it. She did this until the man finally stopped staring, turned around, and walked off. Without further words, Wifey nodded at me, and we silently confirmed that we knew what was happening. After keeping a modest eye on the guy from a distance, we went toward the back book aisle, and Wifey said that she wanted to go back and check on the glass aisle for one of those glass baking pans, which was only a couple of aisles away from where the book aisle was. Not even 2 minutes after she got there, I once again saw the same man working his way across the store toward her, and I dropped the books I had and walked back over to her. This time he made it to the front of the glass aisle as I arrived, and he stood there staring at me as I walked up to Wifey and engaged her in yet another faux conversation about something she wasn't going to buy. I got a good look at his face. In addition to having cold blue eyes, he was wearing what looked like faded black cargo pants, and what I recognized as steel-toed work boots. The analyst in me took note that his approach and body language didn't say "pretty lady I want to talk to," and his cold stare and abrupt change of direction whenever I approached her gave me the notion he was intending something possibly harmful or violent. After he walked off this time, Wifey and I decided to go ahead and leave the store since it didn't seem like this guy was simply trying to hit on her, and he obviously wasn't taking a hint. We walked up to the front counter and paid for our items, forgoing the things that we hadn't yet looked through, and then we let the front cashier know about what had happened. We left the store, got in our car, and drove 5 miles away to shop at the nearby Kroger. Wifey was sharing a recipe idea with me as we strolled through the produce section gathering fruits and some vegetables that we needed, and she was telling me about a spaghetti squash recipe that I agreed sounded delicious. However, I'm not a fan of squash, so I told her she's on her own if she makes that for dinner. And then I told her about my idea for a smoked cheddar mac and cheese dish, which she reminded me that she doesn't like melted cheese sauce. We left the produce section and then split up. She headed to the bakery, and I went to the deli to see about the chicken sausage and fresh salmon fillets for a future meal. No more than 30 seconds of her being gone, Wifey comes to find me in the deli. "You won't believe this," she said to me. But as she was speaking, I noticed in the distance just past her shoulder, that same man was floating around a rack with cookies on it and glancing in our direction. When we locked eyes, he stared for a few minutes and then walked away, vanishing into the moderate crowd of shoppers in the store. "What are the odds of him ending up at the same store as us?" I asked aloud, more rhetorically than anything, and Wifey shook her head and basically gave me a look that said, "We need to shop. We can't let that stop us." While at Kroger, we did see him end up on the ends of the longer aisles, but he didn't try to approach us. And when we headed to checkout, he was gone already, which honestly gave me the feeling that he wasn't really at the store to shop. I tried to avoid jumping to conclusions, but I couldn't overlook the odd coincidence. This time when we left, I made sure to look around the parking lot, especially where we parked, and I looked around our car to make sure no tracking device or anything of the sorts had been attached to our car. For any of you who think this is paranoia, there are plenty of stories out there on social media about people sticking these things to other vehicles and then following people home. And even Raven read a story a while ago about a young lady who was traveling alone by car, and someone stuck something to the bottom of her car while she was sleeping. Fun fact, this is Raven outside of the story here. Both Android and iOS have an option for you to scan for errant tracking devices, like the Apple, I don't know what they're called, I don't have an Apple phone, but the little GPS devices, both Android and Apple have a setting that you can actually scan for those. So, it's not really paranoia if it's something that the big tech companies have at least implemented into their OSs. I wasn't about to take any chances, and I did share that story with Wifey too, because we knew that people can be crazy. We were originally supposed to head to Walmart next, but Wifey mentioned to me that she had forgotten an additional stop that we needed to make, and we ended up going to a local Harbor Freight to grab materials that she needed for a project. Keep in mind, this was not an originally planned stop for us. Well, guess what? About 10 minutes after we arrived, we walked toward the front counter down the center aisle, and guess who was standing by one of the first aisles near the front of the store? The man with the same brown jacket and faded black cargo pants. And this time he had a phone in his hand. This was the point in which we really became concerned. One store is normal. Two, a coincidence. But 3 stores? Not to mention, this wasn't a stop we originally planned to make that day. In usual fashion, the man disappeared as we neared the cash register, and while we were there, we did tell the cashier that we had seen the same guy now at 3 different stores. And Wifey told her that she was concerned he was following us. Sadly enough, the cashier called her manager to the front, and ultimately her manager asked if he had spoken to us or tried to make contact with us in any way. To which I told them he had tried to approach Wifey at our first stop twice, and only stopped when I walked back over to her. She said at Kroger she saw the man walking in her direction, and immediately came to find me in the deli when it happened. The manager ultimately told us that they couldn't do anything about it, since he hadn't tried to approach us or interact with us while at the store, and they said they would keep an eye on him through the security cameras, even though we were about to leave. When we got back to the car, I checked again for any tracking devices or weird objects attached to the bottom of the car. Wheel wells and undercarriage. But I didn't find anything. I did notice that this time in the store, Wifey and I hadn't separated away from each other at all, and the man didn't approach her. I couldn't figure out what he wanted with Wifey, or why he only seemed interested in approaching her while I wasn't around, and we were starting to feel unsettled about the fact that this was now appearing to be a blatant case of being followed. We only had one more stop to make, and even though this was happening, we needed to finish our shopping. Our final stop was Walmart. Massive store, tons of potential witnesses, and our list was moderately long since we had household and a few groceries to get. So we decided to be as in and out quick as we could be. We didn't see the man for the first 5 minutes. Then 15 minutes went by, and finally around 20 to 30, and we began feeling like the man wouldn't show up. We were hoping that he realized he was pushing his luck after seeing us at our first store stop, and then proceeding to appear at the next two. Our list was halfway done, and Wifey and I had eased back into our relaxed conversations and banter. Even added in some slight flirting as we regained our comfort with the shopping trip as it should have been from the start. Wifey said that we needed some refills for the Swiffer, and asked if I could grab them while she grabbed the dish liquid from an aisle over. Without thinking twice about it, I agreed and we went to do just that. On my way back, Wifey was already coming down the aisle to meet me. I smiled at her, but the smile quickly vanished as I saw the other end of the aisle darken with that same man in the brown jacket and black cargo pants. He seemed as if he was rushing to get to the aisle, and once he saw me, he stopped and immediately began walking away. Wifey didn't have to look herself or ask me to know why my face suddenly hardened into a scowl. "You're freaking kidding me," she hissed. And I nodded to confirm that yes, the same man was indeed here with us at Walmart. This time we made a beeline for the customer service area and asked to speak with security. It took them a few minutes, but a uniformed police officer and one of the managers came into the customer service area as Wifey explained to them what happened. While we were explaining the situation, I saw the man walking briskly down the aisles right outside of the checkout lanes, and I pointed the man out to both the police officer and the manager. The police officer immediately headed out toward the aisle and radioed something as he walked in the direction of the man we described was heading. Meanwhile, we were escorted to a security room, where footage was reviewed, and it showed the man rushing down the aisle toward where Wifey was, seeing us, and then heading away. Here's the other chilling thing. As we walked toward the front to report this issue, in some of the camera frames, you could see the man walking somewhat casual, paralleling our paths on different aisles until we made it to the front customer service area. At that point, he seemed to walk away and head toward the bathrooms for a bit, but it was obvious that he wasn't there shopping. The police did get our statements about the other stores, and an additional officer did arrive to come speak with us as well about the other stores, and they said that they could have the footage reviewed at all the other places we had shopped that day. The good news is that we were told the man in the brown jacket was arrested for disorderly conduct, because apparently when I pointed him out to the first officer, that officer radioed to his partner who was still standing by the front doors about our claim. When the officer attempted to approach him in the parking lot, he refused to comply, kept trying to leave, and ended up having to be detained forcibly. As of right now, we haven't heard anything else about the open case, but the police report has been filed, and we, of course, live to tell the story. Wifey and I are okay, and even though things turned out in our favor, this was still one of the creepiest situations we've been in recently. Part of me still wonders what the man wanted with Wifey, and I shudder to think what would have happened if she was shopping by herself. Don't get me wrong, she's a motorcycle-riding, knife-collecting, handcrafting, and artistic person. She's normally gentle and caring and isn't the damsel in distress type at all. But she's also my wife. No one wants the person they love to ever be in danger. And seeing things like this also furthers my drive to continue teaching her and training her in the arts I know as well. So, that's our story about the store hopper stalker. And I hope he goes to jail for this, and doesn't do it to anyone else. Hi, Raven. I love listening to your glitch stories before bed, but because of spooky season, I've been listening to your spooky stories and realized I definitely have something to contribute. Maybe not something huge, but here we go. I have never suffered with sleep paralysis, but have experienced exactly once. My friend, who lived in the same house, had it all the time. He told me while we were watching some paranormal things about sleep paralysis and sleep paralysis demons, and he just said, "This often happens to me." Some days later, we were in his room and he was doing something at his computer, sitting on the end of the bed. I laid down on his bed with my head on his pillow. We're really close, so he didn't mind. I was pretty tired, and the thing he was doing on the computer took a while, so I ended up falling asleep. When I woke up, I couldn't move or make a sound, and it felt like the air or something was being sucked out of me. I've seen ghosts and things since I was small, and they kind of don't bother me. So, since I had just watched something about this but never experienced it, I thought, great, I need to observe this. So I felt more curious than panicked. At the start, I could move my eyes and saw there was like a dark blanket over everywhere I looked. I looked up, but I couldn't see where the dark shadow blanket ended. So I knew it wasn't just my eyes not fully open, or me still being so much asleep that I didn't register the light fully. Those were my first guesses. Although, thinking about it now, I must have been pretty awake going straight into data analysis. I was a biology student at the time. Anyway, there wasn't that much more to observe, and I didn't feel tired anymore, and I wanted out. So I tried to call to my friend, but it was like the sound just turned into a raspy air sound. Like it was literally being sucked out of me. So I tried to reach my hand to him, and I could only muster to move my fingers. He was in hyper-focus mode at the computer, so he didn't notice anything. And then I remembered a weird dream that I had as a teenager. In the dream, I was just standing in the room that I was sleeping in and said, "I'm going to be late to class, but I'm asleep." And then the dream me sat down where the actual me was actually sleeping in real life, slumped down in the same position. Me and a friend fell asleep over the TV at lunch breaks, so it was a slumped position, not a laying position. And then the me in the dream started jerking her, or I guess my, head up, and then putting it back down, and on the third try, I jerked my head up and woke up. I looked at the time, and me and my friend ran to class and just made it. Anyway, I wondered if that trick would work here too, since both situations seemed to be in the sleep domain, so trying all that I could to move my head to the side, and after a bit it did go to the side. Like my head broke free, literally. It didn't go slowly when it finally went, but like I was honestly fighting against something. But then it should be sleep muscle locking and not sleep paralysis. I felt my breathing getting lighter and easier. The blanket of shadows was gone, and I felt like I could just move freely. So, while I sighed in relief, I turned my head again straight, like it had been, and it started again, right away. So again, I tried putting my head to the side, and when I managed to do that, I sat straight up with my head in that position to whatever this was couldn't gain the connection back, and suck out whatever it was sucking out of me. I never fell asleep in his bed again, and I never experienced it again. Some years later, after he had stopped experiencing it, he was telling our friend about it in a conversation that we were all having about paranormal things, and he said that what he used to see when he experienced it was a blanket of shadows. So, it looks like I saw his sleep paralysis demon. Maybe it got confused or something. But after this, I fully believe that sleep paralysis is not what science says. It's something that we do not understand yet. Hi, Raven. I live on Vancouver Island. Back in April of 2019, I went to Campbell River, BC to get out with my sister for the evening. I had a great time. Well, at the beginning, anyway. I reside a town over in Courtenay. I almost never go out. To be honest, that was the last time I went to a bar. I'm only telling this story as this was something that happened to me and had to go to court for. The night went on for a while, as we were partying at a club named JJ's, where we had a good time. My sister and her hubby were separated, yet we went back to the place he resided for a few drinks after. I've known him for a good 20 years almost, so I trusted him. We had a few drinks and listened to music. They had older kids in the house that even had friends staying over. After a while, my sister decided to walk to my brother's place. I was feeling pretty woozy and decided to stay. I trusted, as I've known him for years, and my nieces and nephews were in the house. I fell asleep on the couch, and I woke up to my brother-in-law. Again, keep in mind this was my sister's husband when they were broken up. I was pretty drunk, but I knew this was wrong. He had actually pulled my pants down, and I won't get too much into it. I immediately screamed and tried to find my phone, which, oddly enough, I had no idea that my sister had taken it to my brother's for safekeeping. I realized I couldn't find it and then ran downstairs to my nephew and told him to message his mom for me. Moving forward a bit, well, he took advantage of me. The cops were there later on, and I gave a clear statement that very day. There was no consent, ever. So, easy forward, almost 6 years later, finally a court date happened. I thought, finally. I had this burden that I had carried for years and no justice. I went to court a few times and gave my statements, and even though they had DNA evidence at the very end, they found him not guilty. I know that I didn't ask or want him to do this, and he knows this, yet he was found not guilty. If anything can come out of this, it's to just be aware of even the ones you trust the most. I carry this on my chest every single day, and I often wonder if it ever affects him. I'm not prone to paranormal activity, and have never even seen an apparition or cryptid. But I'm a total believer in all of it. People's stories are just too consistent, and the few experiences I've had are enough proof for me. Aside from a tame shared glitch in the Matrix, which, thank you, Raven, you did a great job narrating, the short one that I'm about to tell, and the crazy issue with the keycard at the Sonesta Bayfront Hotel, are probably the strangest, unexplainable things that I've ever experienced. Very tame compared to most, but hopefully interesting enough to provide some entertainment to others. This one happened around October or November of 2016. Literally on the first day of moving into my first ever home, located in southeast Arizona, south of Tucson in a rural area. My dad had flown out to visit me and help me move, and we had been at my new home for a good 2 to 3 hours unpacking and unloading the vehicles when it happened. To set the scene, it was practically dark out when we arrived, but the lighting was good, both inside and out, and the vehicles could be practically right up to the doors, making things very convenient. At one point, my dad was taking a breather while standing in the kitchen at the threshold of the great room in the kitchen, and specifically, facing in the direction of the great room. And I had just stepped across said threshold, and was in the process of heading to the other end of the great room to go out the front door and get more stuff from the vehicles. Immediately upon walking under the large overhead fan in the center of the great room, it literally turned on full blast. I was so tired by that point that it shockingly did not freak me out, or my dad. But as it happened, I screeched to a halt, turned back toward my dad, who had a shocked look on his face, and despite the fact that he'd been staring directly in the direction of me and the fan, I asked, "Did you see that?" He chuckled and said, "Yeah, must have been the ghosts." To this day, I'm open to logical explanations. And over the years, I've even told this story to licensed contractors and home builders. But none can provide any logical explanation. There were two ways to turn this fan on. One, via the wall dial, which was by the front door, and I was over 5 feet away from that when it turned itself on. Or two, via the string, which was directly overhead. However, at barely over 5 feet tall, there were still many inches to spare between the top of my head and the end of the string when I walked directly under it. And it was not a sensitive string. In fact, during my stay at that home, every time I turned the fan on via the string, I'd have to pull it quite hard. The only automated things on that property were a small irrigation and sprinkler system, which I never even used, and a couple of outdoor lights. Nothing connected to that great room fan and its light. Interestingly enough, while the home was built in the 1940s and had quite the history to say the least, that fan turning on itself was the only unexplainable and paranormal thing I ever experienced on that property. I'll spare the long backstory of how I ended up with that particular home, because it's not very exciting from a paranormal standpoint. But in a nutshell, it was a string of extremely bizarre synchronicities that led to my purchase of that home, which would then end in utter ruin for me. And also a horrific pattern of looping in my life that I'm still trying to break free from today. In a sad way, I have a strong sense or suspicion that it, i.e. the spinning of the fan that had turned itself on, was a kind of foreshadowing or warning of the horrible looping that was about to occur in my life. I spent a decade working as a nightlife DJ in Los Angeles, from 2010 up until early 2020, right before the world hit pause. For 10 years, I lived in that electrical pulse between midnight and dawn. The city never really slept. It just changed personalities after dark. Every night behind the decks was a different kind of fever dream. Neon lights, the thud of bass through smoke machines, people chasing euphoria in designer shoes and cheap cologne. I thought I'd seen it all. Bar fights that turned into dance-offs, celebrities losing their phones in champagne buckets, couples breaking up and making up in the same song. But what I didn't realize was that sometimes the real madness happened after the party, in those quiet hours when the lights turned back on and the city exhaled. Most of my gigs were on the west side, Santa Monica, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa, but home was across the hills in Sherman Oaks. It was a solid drive at 3 or 4 in the morning when the freeway was wide open and empty, like it was just me and the hum of sodium streetlights. Every night I had the same post-gig ritual. Before heading home, I would stop by the 24-hour CVS down the street from my apartment. It was one of those fluorescent-lit islands of civilization in the middle of a sleeping city. I'd grab a snack, a bottle of water, and maybe a microwave meal or some detergent for the next day. Sometimes it was just an excuse to wind down and shift gears from 120 BPM back to human speed. The CVS lot connected to my street, so I used it as a shortcut. A little detour that saved me a red light. And that night, I was doing what I always did. I pulled in, grabbed a couple things, a frozen dinner, detergent, a coffee for the morning, paid the bored cashier, and got back into my car. As I turned toward the exit, my headlights swept across the far wall of the building, and that is when I saw her. At first, I thought it was just another unhoused person with a cart, maybe digging through the trash, but then the motion caught my eye. It was sharp, rhythmic, and deliberate. She was a woman, maybe late 20s, early 30s, wearing a full cheerleader uniform. The kind that you would see at a high school pep rally. Pleated skirt, white sneakers, lettered top, hair pulled into a high ponytail. She had pom-poms in both of her hands that were gleaming silver under the harsh white light of the CVS sign. And she was performing. Like full-on choreography. High-energy kicks, sharp arm pops, big smile. Except the smile didn't reach her eyes. It was like muscle memory had taken over and the soul was somewhere else. There was a shopping cart beside her, piled high with blankets and plastic bags, and she moved around it as if it were part of her routine, like a prop in some bizarre late-night halftime show. I sat there with my foot hovering over the brake, completely mesmerized. I had seen eccentric people all over LA, but this was different. It felt almost ritualistic. Part of me wanted to look away, but another part couldn't. It was 3:30 a.m., dead quiet except for the buzz of the lights and the distant sound of the street sweeper. The way she moved, which was perfectly in time to a beat that only she could hear, gave me chills. I thought, I have to show my girlfriend this. Not in a cruel way. This was our neighborhood. The same CVS we would walk to together late at night for snacks. I reached over to grab my phone from the passenger seat, intending to take a short video. Before I could even open the camera app, she stopped dancing. Her head snapped toward me. And then she charged. She sprinted straight at my car, full speed with pom-poms flying. She slammed her hands down on the hood, and then started pounding and screaming words that I couldn't make out through the glass. My heart jumped into my throat. I threw the car in reverse, backing up slowly, terrified to hit her. She ran to the passenger door and started yanking on the door handle. Thank God the doors were locked. Her face was lit up in my headlights. Sweat-streaked mascara, that same cheerleader grin twisted into something manic. She yelled something like, "No, you don't get to leave yet." But it came out garbled, swallowed by rage and exhaustion. I shifted into drive and swerved left, careful not to hit her as I sped off. As I turned the corner onto my street, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw her running after me, still in formation with pom-poms in hand, feet pounding the asphalt like she was leading an invisible parade. My adrenaline was surging. My heart was racing faster than it did behind the deck. I circled the block twice, scanning for her, making sure that I wasn't being followed. Finally, I found a parking lot a few streets away and cut the engine. For a moment, I sat there in silence, listening to the tick of the cooling engine trying to calm down. By the time I crept up to my apartment, the street was empty again. It was as if she had evaporated back into the dark. The next morning, I told my girlfriend everything that happened. We laughed at first, in that nervous way people do when they're trying to downplay fear, but as I described her, with her outfit, the precision of her movements, and the way that she charged the car, our laughter started to fade. For weeks afterward, every time I pulled into that parking lot, I would scan the shadows. Sometimes I thought I saw her, or maybe I just wanted to. During the pandemic, when everything shut down and the streets got eerily quiet, I saw her again a few times. Not dancing anymore, just pushing her cart down Ventura Boulevard. She wasn't wearing the uniform, but I could still see it stuffed into the cart. The bright skirt and pom-poms like relics from a life she refused to let go of. I do still think about her sometimes, about how thin the line is between performance and madness. As a DJ, I always thought the music ended when the lights came on, but that night in the CVS parking lot, I realized that for some people, the show really never stops. This happened to me in my mid-20s, when I was studying art. I've always drawn, ever since I was able to hold a pen, so being admitted to an art college was a small dream come true. I loved my studies, and going to school every day was a delight. I was also healthy and rarely sick. The worst issues I had with my health were period pains, but this one school morning I woke up feeling really croaky and sick. Thinking that I hadn't just gotten enough sleep, as I did have a bad habit of staying up late even when I needed to wake up at 6:30 a.m. to get to school by 8 a.m., I got up from the bed and readied myself for the school day. I brushed my teeth, groomed myself, ate, and left for the bus station to catch my ride. The mornings during winter in North Europe are both cold and extremely dark, so it's easy to feel sleepy. It's actually a medically acknowledged condition here up north that people are tired and have a harder time to stay awake when you see a dim excuse of sunlight for just 4 hours each day. However, I was more tired than usual. I left my home at 7 a.m. The bus station was just 3 minutes walk away from my home, but after a minute of walking, I decided that I needed a break. I was going to stay home, sleep as much as I could, and see if I felt any better tomorrow. If so, I could go to school and miss only one day. And if I was really facing a rare case of catching a virus or something, then I would know it by tomorrow and act accordingly. I turned on my heels and dragged my feet through the snow back to my cozy apartment. I didn't take any medicine because I planned to catch some sleep first, and if I was still feeling under the weather after waking up, I would then medicate myself. So, I undressed and slipped under my duvet. My bed was pushed into an alcove, which was located just behind my built-in closet for jackets and shoes. Next to the closet was my front door. I was always sleeping on my bed facing toward the wall, which led to my front door. Think about an L-shaped space where the long side of the L is my alcove, and the short part of the L is the wall. And behind it is the space for the closet. The front door is at the tip of the short side of the L. Unlike I had expected, I couldn't fall asleep. I was laying on my stomach, eyes closed, listening to how someone from the same apartment complex was walking in the staircase, clearly leaving for their own work for this day. The room was dimly lit from the streetlights shining through my curtains. It's a bit better to be in a city during a winter than in the countryside where you can't even see your own hand during the darkest parts of the winter. Trust me, I grew up in a rural forest near the Russian border. It's as dark as in the monsters behind, as we say here. While listening to my neighbor minding their own business in the staircase of this apartment complex, I suddenly heard my front door lock opening. It was 7 a.m. on a weekday. No one should be coming in. I hadn't called for maintenance, and even in the case of needing them, they always called in and agreed upon a time when they could come to visit and fix the problem. I could still hear the front door lock opening, and the door being opened slowly. At first, I thought that maybe it was my landlord, as he surely must have had a spare key to my apartment. But as quickly as I got this idea, I shot it down. During all these years I had lived in that apartment, I had not heard a single wheeze from my landlord. He wouldn't be here. No one else, except my mother, who lived 45 minutes drive away, had a spare key. Excited to think that it was my mother and maybe she had stopped by to ask me if I wanted to go shopping with her in a nearby big city from this small town, I turned on my stomach. If it was my mom asking me to go, I would go with her, even half dead, as getting a chance to go shopping and have a car drive was a rare luxury to someone without a license. As I turned on my stomach and waited for my mother to come in, I saw in the dim lights of the room a black head peeking behind the wall at the end of my bed. Happy that someone was in and certain it was my mother, I tried to open my mouth to let her know that I was awake and she could turn on the light. The switch was on her left anyway. No need to tiptoe around. But I couldn't speak. Nothing came out of my mouth, not even a small wheeze. I kept staring at this person, and the longer I looked, the less human it started to look. It was solid black. Really, really tall. My room ceiling was 3 meters high, which is 10 feet. And this creature wouldn't have been able to stand up straight. I think that it must have been close to 4 meters or 13 feet. It was hunched over, with a long neck, Its fingers curled around the edge of the wall at my bed's end while its neck pushed further into my apartment from the mudroom. It was looking forward, like scanning the area. It was moving very slowly and carefully, appearing almost shy or timid. Half of its body emerged from behind the small wall, and I could see that its limbs were unnaturally long for its body. The body itself was thin and lean, and it looked human. It didn't have any facial features. No ears or nose or eyes or mouth. I think the best way to describe it is to imagine a solid black Slenderman with no clothes or features, with long fingers. I must say that this happened 2 years before Creepypasta came up with Slenderman lore, so I wasn't influenced by it. What I was seeing was not a twisted, imaginative version of a Slenderman, but an entity of its own. Nor was this a shadow person, because it was way too solid for being an apparition or a ghost, which shadow people typically are. I was still somehow thinking that this had to be my mother. I don't know why. Perhaps because the feeling I got from the creature was warm and friendly. Just like when you look at little birds and feel them being friendly. I was feeling the same when I saw this creature. I tried to say that it was okay to turn on the lights. I was awake, but I was still unable to speak. The creature emerged fully behind the wall, and suddenly it spotted me. We faced one another, eyes locked even when it didn't have any eyes. Just this black mass. I was able to hum a bit at this point, but no words still came out. The creature kept its attention locked on me while it started to slowly move toward me. When we noticed one another, the distance between us had to be no more than 2 meters or 6.5 feet. It kept coming closer to me, with the same very slow, soft, almost calculated movement. As it approached me, its face came closer to mine as it hunched lower, clearly curious about me. Finally, it was standing right next to my head at the bedside, peering down at my face, creeping just a few inches away from it. Like a mother would peer down to their little baby in their crib. Still, I saw no features, just this black mass shape of a human head. I could tell that it was friendly and curious about me. Finally, a little wheeze came out from my lips and my eyes shot open. I don't know how my eyes were closed because I was seeing my own apartment as it was, in that dim streetlight, both with eyes closed and eyes open. I had not fallen asleep, I know that, but somehow, when my eyes fully opened, this creature disappeared too. It was gone, like it had never even been there. Later, I told my sister and brother about this thing, as they know that I don't make these things up, and have had their own share of experiences. When I described the creature, my sister said that she too had seen it, but outside. It had been running alongside a car when she was in her teens and returning back from school in a school taxi. It ran from one shadow to another, emerging into the shadows almost like diving into it, and then bounced out from the shadow to appear on the sunny patches in the forest along the country road that she was driving on. It kept up with the car's speed at ease and ran along for a long while. I never asked for detail, but I got an impression from my sister's words that the creature was running on all fours or bouncing on all fours, like a big feline would run by leaping. She said that no one else saw it. Also, my brother confessed to having seen this same looking creature in his childhood. He had walked past our living room window and noticed something on a birch tree in our yard, just outside the window. There sat this solid black creature with no facial features or eyes, and with unnaturally long limbs squatting on one of the tree branches. Fast forward to the year 2016 or so, my sister and I like to watch paranormal documentaries, and whenever we meet each other, we will spend time with these shows. In one documentary, there was a story of a man who had an uninvited spirit in his basement, causing him all sorts of frights and nuisance. He said that he was able to capture it in a photo, which made him happy. because he had some solid evidence now on his hands. The photo was shown on that special program. When my sister and I saw it on a TV, we froze. In that photo, there was the same black figure with no features and long limbs that we had both seen on our own 2 occasions. Without a word, we turned to look at each other knowingly and said almost in unison, "That's the creature." In Cottage Grove, Minnesota, Amy Allwine and her husband, Stephen Allwine, had an idyllic life. They had a nice house. They were involved with their church. Amy was a successful dog trainer, and Stephen was the IT guy that had the air of a pastor. On the surface, everything was perfect. They were the couple that had it all. But when you peeled back the veneer, there was an unease brewing. An unease that was invisible to everyone but Amy. Amy was the kind of woman that found pleasure and happiness in the small things. Training a dog to trust their owner. A happy tail wag that told her she had succeeded. The smell of coffee brewing before one of her clients started arriving. She and Stephen were the kind of couple that said that faith and hard work still meant something. That the combination was an answer to success. But if they could see inside the walls of the Allwine house, they would have noticed that the air was slowly beginning to turn from the warmth of a happy marriage into something colder. It started with Stephen's sudden, sullen silences, a quiet withdrawal. He retreated into the glowing screen of computer monitors far into the night, long after Amy had retired to an empty bed. Stephen said it was work, always work. But Amy could feel something beneath the surface. She tried to convince herself that it was just the stress of an overworked spouse. But something far darker was beginning to take its form, and when it made its presence known, it would shatter not just lives, but shake an entire community to its core. Amy was trying to patch the cracks in the relationship. But while she was working hard to fix the problems she could see from the ones she couldn't, that darkness was seeping in. While she was working to keep her marriage alive, deep on the internet, beyond the domain of Google, there was a person under the name of Dog Day God. They were leaving a digital footprint in the darkest parts of the internet. What he was seeking was the most heinous of services that you could possibly look for. This led him to the Besa Mafia. What sounded like some kind of bad joke was actually all too real. The messages, the Bitcoin transfers, all of it was reality. All of the information conveyed, name, address, schedule, it all pointed to one person, Amy Allwine. Whoever this Dog Day God was, he intimately knew Amy's schedule and information. He even sent photos of her car. They knew when she'd be home. Everything someone would need to know in order to order a hit on her. All of this coupled with the thousands of dollars worth of bitcoins transferred, all pointed to the fact that someone wanted Amy out of the way. Permanently. However, there was one thing that Dog Day God didn't anticipate. The site itself was a huge scam. There were no assassins taking orders. No killer that was preparing to follow through. It was just con men taking money and doing, well, absolutely nothing. Also, most unfortunately, the digital footprint left behind was very, very real. And they painted a picture of pure intent. The FBI stumbled upon this plot before anything could have been carried out. They traced everything. The messages, the payments, and the chilling requests. And one of the agents even contacted Amy. And I just want you to try and imagine what that would feel like. Being told that your name was on a murder-for-hire list. Just sitting in your living room surrounded by the comforting sights and smells of your own home. The place you're supposed to feel safest. And being told that someone wants you dead and have already made the payments. Amy tried to process the news. She didn't panic, though. She didn't cry. She did what most people try to do when being hit with what feels like absolutely impossible news. She tried to make sense of it. Perhaps it was mistaken identity, a bad joke that had been taken too far. Regardless, the safety of even her own home felt like it had been violated in the most intimate ways possible. Meanwhile, somewhere the light of a computer monitor glowed into the night. On the morning of November 13th, 2016, Stephen went down to the basement to work. He spent the day down there, staring at a computer monitor, while Amy went about her normal business. Sometime after 3:15 p.m., the couple's 9-year-old son found the unthinkable when he entered his parents' room looking for his mother. He found his mother, Amy Allwine, dead with a single gunshot wound to the head. He rushed to the basement to tell his father what he had stumbled upon. While the timestamps here are incredibly vague, police and court records have either redacted the times or just plain chose not to publish them at all. There is speculation that the 911 call came in around 7 p.m. I can't tell you what time her son discovered her or how much time may have lapsed between the discovery of her body and the call going out either, for which I am deeply sorry. We scoured trying to find anything, but yeah. That all being said, around 7 p.m. the call was placed by Stephen reporting his wife dead. When the police and EMS arrived, they were greeted at the door by Stephen, who said that his wife had taken her own life and that her son had found her hours before. When police began to take in and process the scene, everything seemed consistent with Stephen's assertion that Amy had taken her own life. And there really was no reason to doubt it. In her left hand was a .45 caliber pistol. She had a single gunshot wound to her head. Everything seemed consistent with what her husband had told them. However, in the days that followed, that darkness that had begun to seep through the cracks of the Allwine home began to make itself known in the investigation. I'm sure it didn't take long for the inconsistencies to become more clear, and what seemed like a self-ending started to become more of a series of unanswered questions. One of the first inconsistencies that came to investigators' attention was the fact that family members and photographs made it clear that Amy was not left-handed. She was right-handed. They also discovered that some of the bloodstains on the floor around her were diluted and showed signs of someone trying to clean them up. And the scent of cleaning products noted on the night police received the call that Amy was found deceased suddenly took on a darker tone when they realized that someone had actively tried to wipe down surfaces. The autopsy also discovered scopolamine in her system. Now, on the surface, this doesn't mean much. Anyone could be taking a medicine like that if they're experiencing really intense bouts of nausea. However, Amy did not have a prescription for scopolamine. Furthermore, in large doses, the drug can cause disorientation and even make a person fall unconscious. Closer inspection of her body also began to give up other secrets as well. Number one of which was the absence of gunpowder on either her hand or her forehead. And now, when investigators looked back on the initial state of the scene, things finally began to click into place. The picture they painted was indeed quite grim. What followed was warrants being issued for the seizure of all of Stephen's electronic devices. His phone, his computer, etc. And everything all tied back quite neatly to him. The retrieval of deleted files and browser history all led back to Dog Day God, and the evidence of Bitcoin transfers under that name painted quite the incriminating picture of Stephen Allwine. By the time all of this was processed, it goes without saying that detectives were quite eager to have a few words with one Mr. Stephen Allwine. And that incriminating picture that I mentioned, it only got all the more damning the more he opened his mouth. The first big tip-off that something wasn't quite right about this guy came just from his presentation during questioning. He certainly seemed a lot calmer than someone that had just lost his wife probably had any rights to be. Then the inconsistencies in his story began to mount up. Between his abysmal interviewing skills and the plethora of digital evidence, it became clear to the investigators that this entire thing had been planned from the same laptop, in the same basement, where he had pretended to work all those long nights. The community was even further shocked when they learned that the perfect husband, the God-fearing man that was so heavily involved in the church, was in fact a cold-blooded killer. And on February 1st of 2018, after only 5 hours of deliberation, Stephen Allwine was convicted of first-degree murder. This, of course, means they had proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime had been premeditated. And the following day, on February 2nd, 2018, he was sentenced to life in prison with 0 chances of parole. A significant portion of this case was handed to the prosecutors in a nice, tight bundle because one man thought his anonymity on the dark web was impenetrable. With all that being said, it's best to remember Amy as the bright young woman and proud mother that she was. So rest in peace, Amy Allwine. This happened in either late February or early March of 2015. I was living in North Texas at the time. I was 17 years old. I was driving my dad's hand-me-down Honda Accord, gifted to me as a birthday present the year prior. At the time, I loved the car and was super excited to call it my own after getting my license. In the car with me was my friend Maya, also 17, and my younger brother Josh, 15. We had just left a basketball game at a school about 30 minutes from home. The weather had been weird all day. It was unseasonably cold for Texas, and there were a lot of dark clouds in the sky. At first, I thought we were just about to get a really bad storm, which wouldn't have been a big deal. But then it started to hail. Again, hail is pretty common in Texas, especially with spring just around the corner, but I decided to use it as an excuse to make a stop. We were all in agreement, so we ended up stopping at a McDonald's that was close to the school we were at to get ice cream and cookies. It was pretty crazy hearing the hail hit the roof of the McDonald's, but my car was old and already cosmetically damaged, so I wasn't concerned about it. What I was concerned about was when the hail slowed and got quieter, and then turned to sleet. And then, soon after, snow. Heavy, thick chunks of snow were now falling. We had just been talking and messing around on our phones, but once we saw that, we all agreed that we needed to get going in case it got worse. And that's where I wished that we would have just driven through the hail and sleet. Once back on the road, I quickly realized the snow was already sticking to the road. In Texas, that almost never happens. We might get a light dusting once every few years, but that was it. I could probably count the amount of times I've seen snow on my fingers. But the snow wasn't going anywhere. It was coming down fast and thick. There was a little sliding until we got on the highway, and it was making Maya nervous. She had moved here from Florida 2 years earlier and had never driven in snow either. The problem is, I think most people on the road that day really hadn't. The most training and experience with winter driving for me was my dad telling me to go slow and don't brake too hard. Other people didn't get that same lesson, I guess, because I had several pass me and stare like I was crazy for not going 70 down the highway. When I felt the tires slip when it hit dips in the road, I slowed down even further, going around 40, I believe. At one point, there was a huge lifted truck that just roared past us going full speed. I was angry. It sprayed slush all over my windshield, and I had to slow down further just to let my wipers clear it up. Who does that? But then, shortly down the highway, there was a clover turn that I had to take to stay on the part of the highway that I needed to take. I slowed down even further to make sure I could take the turn correctly, and to my surprise, I had seen that same truck that flew past us stopped on the side of that turn. The front of it smashed into the construction barrel at the start to warn others of the turn. No one else was around. Part of me wanted to stop because I felt bad for them, and another part of me just wanted to give them the old "I told you so" kind of look for being a jerk earlier. The former one. Even with Maya and Josh telling me I should just keep going, I stopped, rolled down my window, and the guy rolled down his passenger. I asked him if he was okay and if he needed us to call anyone for him. It was an older man, probably close to my dad's age. He just said something to the effect of, "No, I'm fine, but thanks," in a very annoyed tone. Can't blame me for trying, though. So I told him to be safe, rolled my window back up, and was on my way. Stopping probably wasn't the best idea, as we struggled to get around that hill, but we made it. That wasn't the last car that we saw like that either. We saw a van sliding across 2 lanes ahead of us until they came to a stop on the shoulder. We saw another car clearly overcorrect and end up perpendicular across 2 lanes on the other side of the highway, which was terrifying on its own. I was coming up on my exit, so I slowed down even more, preparing to exit and stop at the light. I could feel the occasional slip, and every time it made my heart drop. Josh had now gone quiet in the back, telling me that he was clearly nervous. Maya was also nervous, but she was trying to make me feel better and lighten the mood as much as she could. I hit my turn signal to indicate that I was exiting and slowly veered to the right to get off the highway. But as I was exiting, feeling better that we were in the home stretch here, I heard Maya say, "Oh, please tell me that they are not exiting." I saw her look out the side view mirrors, so I checked the rear view. There was a van that was going way too fast down the highway. You could hear the skids as their tires spun, and they started fishtailing. And they continued up the exit ramp, the same ramp that we were on. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't really get over. I tried to get to the side, closer to the shoulder, but that's all that I could do, and that still wasn't enough. The van came barreling toward us. Josh was cussing, Maya was screaming and bracing herself. I remember clutching the steering wheel really hard and being frozen in place. The impact was deafening. It managed to hit the back, causing us to spin I don't know how many times. The side airbags had deployed, smacking the side of my head, causing major whiplash. I tried to control it, slowly braking, but it felt like my efforts were fruitless. We didn't stop until we were nose down in the small runoff ditch on the side. Once we were at a complete stop, I asked Maya and Josh if they were okay, and they both quietly responded, but at least they were conscious. After making sure they were okay, I knew there were a few things I needed to do next. One of those was to make sure the people in the van were also okay. Looking out the windshield, I could see the van stopped at the intersection with their hazards on. I started opening my door to get out when the van took off. Their tires slid a few times and they skidded through the intersection, but afterwards, they were fine and long gone. I was shocked. They had just hit us, causing us to end up in the ditch, and then they kept going. We could have been seriously injured, or hell, if either of us was going any faster, maybe even dead. But they didn't even bother to check on us. I was furious. I didn't expect them to leave, so I didn't even bother to look at the plate to get a number. I got out of the car and tried to help Maya, as she was too close to the ground to open her door, so she had to crawl over to my side. Josh was able to easily get out from the driver's side. I knew the only thing I had left to do at that point was call my dad and the cops. I told Josh to call our dad and tell him where we were, and I called for help. I explained to them what happened, and they said that they had someone en route already. We all stood by the back of the car, trying to keep warm, too afraid to get back in it. Thankfully, the cop showed up pretty quickly, with my dad pulling up almost immediately after. I remember my dad hugging all of us and asking if we were okay, and all I wanted to do was cry. I was scared and angry. Not to mention, I felt guilty that the car was totaled. The police asked a lot of questions, trying to get us to remember anything we could about the van. Thankfully, Josh remembered what the logo looked like, so we were able to tell what the model was. Plus, we had the color of the van and the direction that it had gone. While we were talking, a tow truck pulled up to get the car out. At that point, there was nothing else that we could do. We were told that we could leave and that they would tow the car back for us. We all piled up in my mom's Jeep that my dad had taken, and we went back to our house. Maya was supposed to be staying over that night, so she called her parents to let them know what happened. My dad consoled me and said that I did everything right, and explained that you just can't control other people. I was pretty shaken up and devastated that I had just lost my car. My first car. I was still angry that the people left without as much as seeing if we were okay. Hell, that jerk in the truck passed us and we still stopped to make sure he was okay. They just left us behind. But karma always comes back around. Because apparently they were spotted and pulled over later that day because part of their bumper was dragging on the road, catching another cop's attention. We were able to identify the van, and they were charged with hit and run, among a few other things. As far as I was told, the guy driving wasn't under the influence or anything. He just didn't have insurance, but that was about it. He left 3 young people in a car that they put into a ditch, not caring what happened. This was a decade ago. I am an adult now, all of us are, and I think we all took it seriously, and made sure that we were well prepared in the event of future severe weather. Thankfully, I haven't had to drive in a snowstorm like that since, but I have driven in the snow. That snowstorm was a pretty bad one, and it caught a lot of people by surprise, so I also tried to keep that in mind. Some were just not as prepared, but it certainly taught me to be. So whether snow is a normal thing for you or not, no matter the weather, just take your time getting wherever you need to be. It sure as hell beats not getting there at all. This happened back in 2020 during COVID. My wife had a recurring dream every night around the same time for a little over a week. Every time it would startle her awake, and that would wake me up. She would tell me about it, and we would talk about it more throughout the night. She would dream about a young girl with long blonde hair, probably 13 to 14 years old, standing in a stream under a bridge crying and asking for help. After the first few nights of the same dream, I suggested trying to keep the dream going and not waking up, but it didn't work. So we started trying to figure out who the girl was. About 4 days later, I'm awakened to her being completely hysterical. She was freaking the hell out. I get up and try to calm her down and ask what was going on. And she kept saying, "It's her." She kept repeating it. Finally, she turned her phone toward me, and on the screen was a missing persons report out of Hot Springs, Arkansas. It was the girl from her dream. Dear Raven, thank you for all the extra work you put in this month to give us all kinds of spooky goodness in recognition and celebration of All Hallows Eve and Dia de los Muertos. Thank you for reading my previous submissions and this one as well. I don't know how you will choose to categorize it, because it contains a glitch, maybe two, possible decline into madness, psychic abilities, strange phenomenon, and after all that, it leads me to, yeah, all that. Take a deep breath, buddy, and grab some water. The story has a long white tail. Pun intended, you'll catch it later. And again, thank you for reading. I'm from Booger County. Remember? A real place once. One that can no longer be found. But where anything and everything is possible, does exist, and has or will happen more than once. A place where time speeds forward and reverse, and anything you order from outside the county is 2 days or 2 weeks away. And I believe in everything. I believe that everything that's ever been written about, named, described, or defined becomes real, if it wasn't already. To name is to know. It's all real if we can catch it on camera or not. Also, y'all should know, I speak and treat everything as if it is alive. Consciously aware, animals, trees, rocks, furniture, dishes, everything. And FYI, I had moved back to my hometown in the year of 1999. Side note, I'll not change names to protect anyone I know. We're all guilty, not an innocent soul in the lot of us. This is also my personal story of how CERN broke Earth goes down. The Mayans' calendar ended on December 21st, 2012. So early in January 2012, I decided to live my best life, and to paraphrase Jim Morrison, with some censorship here, just in case the whole crap house was about to go up in flames, I was gonna get my kicks. I guess you could say I had a bit of a midlife crisis, feeling the pressure of immortality. The unexpected thing that happened was I rediscovered my love of horseback riding. I was looking to buy my own horse in late April/early May. A good friend I worked with at the time had a 6-year-old gelding foxtrotter that was for sale that he thought would match me quite well. I've always referred to him by his last name only, Conrad. So, Conrad had told me the horse was black and white paint, his brother had him saddle broke for 30 days, and he himself had ridden the horse on one trail ride. This horse is green, and I gotta ride him down for the first year. He said he had bought the gelding for his wife, but they didn't get along. When I asked why not, he said they just didn't match. Since I had always wanted a black and white paint, I was already excited, and I honestly trusted Conrad's judgment that we would be a good match. I'll explain it with my grandpa's words. If you ain't a match with your mount, you spend more time fighting and fussing with an ornery critter than you do riding. I made arrangements to test ride that weekend. We worked third shift at the local factory back then, so we agreed that we would both sleep Friday morning after work, and I would arrive at the Conrad Ranch that afternoon at 2 p.m. That morning, while I slept, I dreamed of buying the horse. In my dream, Conrad said the horse's name when he introduces me. I never have remembered the name he said in the dream. Just that I didn't like the name, and immediately changed it to Drops of Jupiter. I woke to my alarm, feeling quite perplexed for several reasons. First, I had been dreaming. I always find that realization unsettling because it's rare that I dream at all. I sleep in total blackness on purpose. Rarer still that I remember what I was dreaming about, and I know if I remember my dream in detail, it's prophetic in some way. But never exactly what I dream. Hence the intentional dream suppression. I prefer to be surprised by life like everyone else. The other thing I was puzzled about was realizing I had not asked the horse's name when we first spoke about it. Why not? When I got there, Conrad had the horse saddled and ready to test ride. He was going over some of the basics of how the horse had been trained, instructing me on the verbal cues and physical touches the horse would respond to and what not to do. My friend James, who had gotten this whole horse thing started, had also come with me, and I had noticed, glancing over my shoulder, that he was chatting with Mr. Conrad. my friend's father, about one of his horses. A tall, sleek, all-black gelding. When I turned back around, Conrad asked if I was ready to ride him, and I said yeah, but not until I told him about the dream. When I got to the part where I hadn't liked the name and changed it to Drops of Jupiter, without skipping a beat, he interjects with, "Wrong horse. This is Ace." I said, "No, didn't you hear me say that it was just a dream? But it was this horse." To which he replied, "Yeah, wrong horse." I say, "I think I may have confused you." Conrad replies, "Nah, you got the wrong horse. The one your buddy is looking at with Dad is the horse whose name was changed to Drops of Jupiter. Dad didn't like the name that he came with, and the first time my brother rode him, that horse threw him past the moon. When he told my dad, Dad asked if he had seen the Drops of Jupiter. The song was really popular then, and it was so funny it just stuck. We call him Jupe now." I got goosebumps. Conrad just smiles and says, "Get on Ace and take a ride. This is your horse. I know he is." I bought Ace, a black and white paint with black and white mane and tail that day, and the Conrads delivered him that evening. Ace needed a road down, I needed refresher courses in riding a gaited horse, and the two of us, we had to learn to trust each other. So our first moment alone as horse and rider, I made a verbal promise to Ace that we would play cowboys for no less than 5 miles a month, until the end of the world in December. Or for the first year that I owned him, if it didn't. He had rubbed me in agreement, so our journey began. We were trail riding every weekend of summer 2012, and due to the extreme temperatures of 100 plus that year, during the days, we rode mostly after dark. Horses have excellent night vision, by the way, and if anyone is wondering, it was the best summer ever. I spent every weekend sipping Crown and 7, smoking, and fox-trotting along miles and miles of Booger County back roads under star-kissed skies. So, I got my kicks. By September, I noticed the black and white paint horse I bought was completely white mane and tail too. I mentioned it to Conrad and he shrugs and then states, "Ace was born 3 colors. Chestnut, black, and white. He'll be a horse of many colors. That's how I know y'all'd be a good match, and you are too. That, and neither of you got any quit in you." I was a bit taken aback and quite proud of the compliments I had just received. I didn't know the Wizard of Oz horse was a real thing, but then this realization hit me. I threw my arms around Conrad in a brief but tight hug, exclaiming, "I love you, man, and I love Ace. He really is something special." Then I half skipped back to my workstation, wearing a grin that I couldn't peel off the rest of the night. But it was also around this time that I started noticing strange stuff that I thought I was the only one aware of. It had all begun happening to the normals, too. What a year, huh? 2012, the Mayans, CERN, the Mandela effects, and Matrix glitches. The crap house went up in flames. Let me explain. I honestly believe that the world I knew before ended that day, but I wouldn't realize it for a few more years. Me, my dog, and my horse rode into the fire that day. Problem is, we kept on a foxtrotting until we had come out the other side of what was supposed to be eternity. Or hell or heaven. The other world. Some place else, for Christ's sake. We just kept riding it out. Everything happened exactly the way I told James that it would. On November 1st, while in discussion with him, I made our plans for December 21st. I had stated that I had an eerie feeling that this was no longer a joke. It felt more real to me each passing week. That my spidey senses were haywire. My antenna picked up static way too often, radio silence in the spirit realms. So I believed the world ending more and more. Also, I wanted to prepare. I'm not a prepper. Some of you all prepared some crazy stuff for your ending, but why not? So my plan was, no matter the weather, me and my familiars, would ride into eternity together in a smooth foxtrot. feathers in our braids, war paint on our faces, screaming yee-haw. Me, Ace, and Heifer, my black and white spotted pit bull, who was quite closely bonded with Ace and worked as a guide dog on every ride we had taken in her lifetime, we were all going to go out with our boots on. In style, like true heathens do. I wouldn't have it any other way. I'd have him brushed down and saddled not long after daylight, war paint us and the dogs, and Ace and I would have a good little nip with our coffee, and feed the dog good steak, and then wait for a sign. He would stay under saddle till it was time to ride. On December 21st, 2012, I woke not feeling rested. I had been dreaming. I hate that. Worse, I can't recall any visual images from the dreams, just snippets and sounds. Horse hooves, crackling fire, my plans, that checks. But then there is this lingering feeling that I am or was quite confused before I woke. So I proceeded with my plans, knowing everyone that's caught wind of what I'm doing today believes I've gone completely mad, and I was beginning to hope so. The day was uneventful for most, I suppose. For me, though, it was anything but. My folks and my peeps were worried about me, and thought me suicidal or insane. I got calls, texts, and visits. I kept telling them all that if nothing happens before the 22nd, I'll take the saddle off Ace, wash off our war paint, and celebrate that life on Earth continues with the favorite treats I had waiting for the three of us. And that would be the end of my crazy quest to get my kicks. I had planned all along for the possibility of the 22nd. I planned to settle myself into a more subdued, age-appropriate lifestyle. Go back to the boring 9-to-5 and yard work with an occasional outing. My life would have less hell-raising adventures on horseback and in four-wheel drives. I wouldn't have good reason nor occasion to be sipping Crown and Sevens, and that would stop too. Ace was well-trained and one hell of a brave and trustworthy mount now. I could rest him of a winter from here on out. Besides, I felt like if I did temporarily lose it, or have a midlife crisis, or whatever, I made the most of it. Go big or go home. I had been in my Polar King bibs all morning, frequently going out to check on Ace, though I could see him through my windows. I was feeling a bit pissed off about everyone's concerns, too. I had already planned my escape from madness, if that was the case. I mean, for real though, who does that? At the same time, I had the inexplicable knowing that I had to stay the course of the plan. I was staring out the window having these thoughts one moment, and the next I blurt out, "Screw it, let's light this up." I'm headed out the door, grabbing my gloves, and it's time to go now. I go out, untie Ace, check my cinch strap, check my saddlebags, tell him and Heifer that I appreciate them seeing this through with me, hand each of them a treat from the saddlebags. I then grab the reins, saddle up, and we're off. It's December 21st. It's not exactly a warm and sunny day for the Ozarks. I start us down a familiar path, in the direction we take to put in our 5 miles monthly. I hear my granny's voice tell me to let Ace drive and to relax. So I do. I start gawking about us, listening to the sounds of the rhythm of Ace's hoofbeats. I'm amusing myself thinking, if nothing else, anyone who drives past the three of us will be wondering what the hell our truck was all about. And maybe wondering if we were real or not. I realize I've been staring between his ears, lost in thought, not actually paying attention, and then ask myself out loud, where are we? I'm looking around for something familiar. But I'm not too worried. Long stretches of dirt road with nothing but wilderness on both sides is familiar in its own way. And I figure in another mile or so, I'll recognize where I am. So I went back to contemplating my thoughts, half-assed daydreaming, staring blankly between Ace's ears. On any other horse, I would be paying attention to the road ahead, the ditch line, the dog out front, etc. Heifer's job is to stir up any rabbit or squirrel that might spook the horse, before the horse gets there. She also stood between us and any loose dogs, again to prevent him from spooking, but It is ultimately the rider's responsibility to keep the horse calm and to notice possible spooks and prepare. Ace is different, though. I've only ever had him spooked twice in all those years. Once from a wood chipper truck, and he's so scared of a miniature horse that I have to dismount and walk him past it. I think it's because they don't smell like a natural animal. Not sure, really. Anyways, I'm basically lost in thought when I notice everything is brighter, like when the sun comes out from behind a cloud. I look up and around me, and everything is fire. Not everything is on fire, everything I see is fire. The dog ahead of us is walking on flames. We are walking on flames. I reach out with my right arm extended all the way and feel air moving, but not hot flames that I could see my hands touching. And this is when I realize we are not burning. Now I'm excited. We foxtrotted our way into eternity. The world has ended and we went out in style. I say to Ace, hell ought suit me fine. I never believed in heaven anyways. And as I'm giggling, pleased that I'm not surrounded by a bunch of hypocritical people for eternity, and that I got to keep my horse and dog, the flames start to subside. They're just lowering into the gravel road, and the sound of Ace's hooves has become loud as thunder. What just happened? Where's my hell? I exclaim out loud, to which Granny's voice answers, nice try. No response. That is how it has always been with the voice I call Granny. And she comes through when she has something to say to me, but it's rare that she answers a direct question, and I've never been the one to decide when I hear her voice or not. I'm looking around puzzled and realize I'm very cold. I still don't know where I am or how far we've ridden, and I see my dog running back toward me, tail wagging happily. She stops a few feet in front of us and waits. When we get to her, Ace stops. Heifer stands up on her hind legs and nose bumps him. It's their thing. I've seen it many times, but it usually happens when I first catch Ace, and again before I pasture him. After the nose bump, she gets out in front of us and turns left, then right into our driveway. Our driveway. How did we get here? I've got no clue. We get home, I unsaddle Ace and brush him down, give him treats and put him in the pasture. I'm cold and stiff, so the dog and I go inside. I take out my braids and feathers and shower to wash off the war paint. In the shower, the thought occurs to me. Maybe this is my hell loop. After my shower, I just went to bed with the same feeling of confusion that I woke with. The following spring, my horse is gray with a white mane and tail still. Tragic circumstances had befallen the Conrad family. Mr. Conrad was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Conrad called to ask if me or my buddy James might still be interested in purchasing Jupe, because the day I bought Ace, James tried to buy Jupe too, and Mr. Conrad said that Jupe was not for sale. But the recent terminal diagnosis changed that. I put my buddy James on the phone and he makes a deal. Jupe was delivered to us within hours. We learned that day that our horses are half-brothers, sired by the same black and white paint stud but different mares. By the way, Conrad was right. Ace was, is, and always will be my horse. We're a good match. He is a horse of many colors, and in many ways, I reckon I am as well. Hi, Raven. I'm a big fan of your channel. I usually fall asleep to your videos at night. I have no idea what made me want to try to submit my story to you. I have a learning disability, and because of that, I know that my writing is often hard to understand. But here's my story. This happened when I was in middle school. I can't remember how old I was, but my mom had become friends with a woman named Lena, and you know how it goes when your mom becomes friends with someone. You have to become friends with the kids of that person. Lena had 2 stepdaughters named Angel and Sierra that I did not get along with, that I had to spend time with. My dad had to be friends with Chris, Lena's husband. He's a POS. That's a story for another day. It was a Friday, and we found ourselves spending the day with all of them. It was Sierra, Angel, myself, and our other friend, Jordan, and our parents, of course. Us kids decided to head to the park that wasn't far from where the house was. It was sunny, and to be honest, the last thing we wanted to do was stay in the house listening to our parents talk while we watched TV. So, to the park we went. It wasn't a big park, just one of those parks that housing sometimes had in the complexes. Now, I need to explain the ages between the four of us so no one gets confused on why we didn't stay together as a group. Angel and Jordan were a few years older than me and very much into talking about boys, makeup, shoes, etc. And here's something you need to know about me. While I am physically my age, I am not my age mentally. I'm much younger mentally. Unfortunately, that means the idea of hanging out with Angel and Jordan, hearing them talk about boys' shoes and such, I'd honestly rather just shoot myself in the foot. So, that's why I found myself spending time at the park with Sierra, who was a few years younger than I was. We were hanging out on the swings, and for the life of me, I can't remember where Jordan and Angel were in the park at this point. We properly spent 4 hours at the park before it started to get dark. And that's when the events that I'm about to tell you happened. "Let's go back to my house," said Sierra, jumping off her swing. "I'm not ready to go back. It's still not dark, and I'm sure our parents won't mind if we stayed out here a little longer," I said, still swinging my legs back and forth, trying to go faster on the swing. "Kaylee, I'm serious. Let's go back to the house. I'm ready to go." And I said, "Not yet," rolling my eyes. And Sierra was the youngest in her family, and was so used to getting her way, but I wasn't the type of person that gave in to her whining, and she knew it. It was probably 20 minutes later that Sierra spoke again. "Do you want to know why I want to leave the park so badly?" Sierra asked. I just looked at her before nodding. "There's a man in our neighborhood that comes out when it gets dark, and he likes to watch the kids around the park and will follow them home," said Sierra. I felt my eyes widen at her words. I could not believe that her parents would have let us go to the park if there was a man following kids home. "What do you mean?" I asked with my voice shaking slightly. "We need to go now," said Sierra, grabbing my hand and pulling me off the swing. The two of us walked out of the park more than ready to go back to the house. "There he is," said Sierra, causing me to look back behind me. There was a man that was walking behind us, and he was wearing all black and kept just looking down at the ground. "Go faster," I said, walking faster and grabbing Sierra's hand. I felt like my heart was about to burst out of my chest. I've been overweight my whole life, and because of that reason, I was not the fastest of my friends. I always joked that it'll be me that dies first if something ever happens, because I can't run fast to save my life. But that night, with the man following me and Sierra, I went at a pace that I didn't know I could go. We eventually saw a couple walking their dog on the other side of the street, so we felt like we could slow down just a little bit so I could catch my breath. "Is he still following us?" I asked Sierra, breathing heavily, as badly as I wanted to stop walking to catch my breath. We knew that we had to keep walking with the couple right across from us. If there were people close by, we knew this man wouldn't do anything to us. Well, at least that's what I was hoping. "Yeah, he's walking faster now." "Crap," I muttered. "Oh no, they're leaving," said Sierra, as the couple who had been walking their dog had entered their house. Looking behind me, the man was still following us. All I could think of was how we were going to die. At this age, all I had watched lately was true crime, so I was wholeheartedly thinking that this was going to be what happened right now. "Go faster, Kaylee," said Sierra, grabbing my hand and pulling me further. We had a little bit to run to get to Sierra's house, and with the man still following us, I didn't think we would make it. especially with me not being really fast. Just run ahead and get our parents, I said. It's not going to happen, said Sierra, pulling me harder. The rest of the run was done in silence. All you could hear was my wheezing. Thank God, after a while, we saw Sierra's house. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was like the two of us were hit with sudden speed that I didn't know we had when we saw the house. We both ran to the house, practically bursting through the door. Our parents looked at us in shock. "What happened to you two?" asked Lena before I could say anything. Sierra cut in, saying, "Oh, I made up a story about a man following the kids around here so we could go home. His dumbass fell for it," Sierra said as she walked away. I felt like I had been punched in the face. What do you mean she made it up just to get us back to the house? But it all made sense. Sierra had wanted to go home, and I told her that I didn't want to go home, that I wanted to stay in the park. And then all of a sudden, she's telling me about this man coming after kids when it got darker. I looked at my parents, still breathing heavily. Looking at my mom and dad, I could tell that my dad was beyond pissed. And my mother looked like she was horrified in the fact that Sierra lied about something like this. It was mind-blowing. Before I could say anything, Jordan and Angel bursted into the house, and that's when I had remembered that we never told them that we were leaving. If this had been real, we had left our friends behind. A thought that still upsets me to this day. We didn't stay there much longer after that. I had to leave or I was going to hurt Sierra. And that was the start of the beginning of the end of our friendship. I couldn't trust her or anything she said after something like that. I was still forced to spend time with Angel and Sierra from time to time, but not as often. Angel left the house a few years later, and we had moved states, thank God, and Sierra, the day she turned 18, left in the middle of the night, never to be seen by them again. I know this story isn't really that scary, but to a middle school kid, this was the scariest night of my life. I often think about this story, and it still upsets me to this day. I still want to punch her in the face. That's not something you lie about. If she lied about this, I can't imagine the other lies that she had told people over the years. But I hope anyone that is friends with her takes everything with a grain of salt. So, that's my story. I hope you all enjoyed it, and Raven, thank you for telling my story. I love your videos, and I always look forward to the next one. For the longest time, my son Nathan has been terrified of fire, and I didn't understand why. He showed signs as a baby, crying at the mere sight of a lit candle on his birthday. I assumed it was just a thing he would grow out of, but the older he got, the worse it seemed, especially as he talked about it more. For one of his birthdays, he actually asked me if we could skip the candles. I obliged, but asked him why he didn't like the candles. Remembering his past birthdays, both his and others we attended, and that he shied away from them and always wanted me right by him as they were lit. He told me he didn't like fire. I tried explaining to him how candles worked and that they wouldn't hurt him unless he tried to touch the flame, but I remember him clearly starting to get choked up as he said that fire does hurt you, and that it hurt him before. I asked him when, because I didn't recall him ever getting burned, and all he said was when he was little. I chalked it up to me not remembering, or maybe something minor happened when my husband was watching him and I wasn't around. I told myself I would ask my husband about it later and let it go, promising that we wouldn't do candles. I mentioned it to my husband, and he also said that he doesn't remember him ever being burned either, so we both assumed that maybe he saw something or heard something about fire being dangerous and it stuck to him. But the fire was only part of why Nathan was so unique. Since he had started talking, he's had an accent. A British accent at that. We live in Arizona, and no one in our family or immediate circle has an accent, so we had no idea where he had picked it up from. In the beginning, we just noticed how he dropped his R's, and thought maybe he had a speech impediment and would grow out of it. But it became more pronounced as he talked and he used some British terms. He would always call me mum, ask to watch the telly, and even asked me to fix his favorite trousers when he ripped them. No one we knew talked like that, and we didn't even watch anything frequently enough for him to pick up on the verbiage or accent. It was one of the strangest things to me. So, between the fire concerns and the accent, there was definitely something special about Nathan, but I didn't have the slightest idea what it could be. One time I was cooking dinner on the stove and some of the grease in the skillet jumped out, causing a quick flame to jump up. Nathan was standing by the kitchen sink talking to me when it happened, and I remember watching him scream, drop to the floor in a fetal position, and start violently shaking and crying. I grabbed him and ran to my husband in the living room with him, thinking maybe the grease got him or something, until I realized he wasn't hurt. This was just pure fear. I asked him what happened, and he cried that he was scared the fire was going to hurt him again. I told him I wouldn't let that happen, and again tried to ask what he meant by again. He said that when he was bigger, the fire hurt him and his brother, and they couldn't get out. He was an only child. We had tried prior to having him, but I had a miscarriage. Clearly, we were both confused. I told him that he didn't have a brother, and he quickly corrected me, explaining this was when he was older, and he had a brother. My husband asked him what he meant by older because he's never been older than what he was then, and he said that it was when he was Danny. Again, his name is not Danny, not even his middle name. So where was he getting this from? My husband asked him if he saw something about a Danny getting hurt, and all fear he was just showing was gone. He now seemed annoyed by us. He very matter-of-factly said that he was Danny, but that he died because he couldn't get out of the fire. I didn't want to upset him anymore, and I still had the stove on, so we dropped it. But what could he have meant by used to be Danny? I mean, my husband and I were both very practical people. Neither of us really religious, and in fact he was a science teacher, and I was a nurse. Reincarnation was the furthest thing from my mind. He had to have picked this up from somewhere, and I didn't know how he would even figure out where. As Nathan continued talking about this Danny, I would keep a notebook with all the details in it. I asked some friends and relatives that had been around him about it. I even asked for a better curriculum for his school, even though he was in elementary school at this point. I even sent an email to the principal and his teacher asking about any Dannys in his class or school, and if there were any talks about fires. They both told me the same thing, that there were a few kids named Daniel, but none in his class, and they had not talked about fire in any way. I was at a loss for where all of this was coming from, truly. But then he mentioned something one day while we were having lunch that made me look in another direction. We were watching something on TV, and there was a part where someone set the stove on fire and they were trying to put it out by flinging a rag around and doing other silly things. It set Nathan off a bit, as I could tell that he was actively trying to avoid watching the TV. I changed the channel and asked if he was okay, and he asked me in such a sad voice if he would ever not be afraid of the fire. I told him he would grow out of it, and explained how I used to be afraid of the dark but wasn't anymore, trying to make him feel better. He asked me if something happened to me in my old life that made me afraid of the dark, and I told him that I didn't have an old life. The only life I had was with him. He looked at me funny and confirmed that I don't remember my old life, and again I told him I never had one. He said that everyone gets an old life and a new life, but sometimes people don't remember the old life. That's when I kind of got an idea of what he may have been referring to. I asked him if that's what Danny was, his old life, and he said yes. I asked him to tell me more about Danny, and he seemed happy to oblige. He told me how he lived with his mom and his brother on a third-floor flat, and they had a babysitter that would watch them when his mom worked late. The babysitter was an older lady that lived in a neighboring flat, so they knew her pretty well. He told me what they all looked like, and even described the room that he shared with his brother. He even told me more about the fire. He told me the babysitter had been watching him that night, and they were playing in their room while the babysitter watched TV in the living room. At some point, the boys went to bed and Danny woke up to his brother shaking him awake. He woke him when he saw the smoke coming in under the door. He tried to grab the doorknob and it was really hot, which scared him. This was the worst part for me. He said that he grabbed a shirt to use on the knob to twist it open, and when they did, they met with huge flames that pushed them backwards into the room. Nathan explained to me how it was so hot and it hurt me, so I started crying. Then I couldn't stop coughing and I couldn't breathe. He explained how there were flames in the little hallway that they couldn't get past, and being on the third floor, their window had bars or some kind of barrier on them so they couldn't even try to get out. He told me all of this just matter-of-factly. How would he have details like this? We didn't have a babysitter, really. If we needed someone to watch him, it was one of our parents, and it was usually at our home. Our house, not an apartment. The only apartment he had ever been in was my sister's, but he was always with me. I couldn't recall anything that we were watching involving a fire, and especially involving a child in a fire, so I couldn't reason with his recollection with any of my own experiences. I must have been looking at him funny or spacing out, because he patted me on the knee and told me that I didn't need to be sad because he was okay now, and now he got to be Nathan. I told him I was happy to have him, and he hugged me, smiling, saying he was happy here too. After that, he finished his sandwich and we just went about our day. It was like he just needed to explain everything to let it all go, and that was the end of it. He was very serious about fire safety after that. I never had to worry about him playing with fire, but he didn't have this crippling fear of it anymore. I told my husband what he told me, and he also thought that it was pretty bizarre. I think he's still trying to find some reasonable explanation for it, but I think I'm okay with leaving it where it is. It doesn't really affect his life anymore, nor does he talk about his past life. In fact, that year, he slowly lost that accent, which, to be honest, I do kind of miss. But between the terms he used and the accent, part of me thinks that maybe his past life was in the UK, possibly. I've considered looking into stories, fires with casualties at apartments, but, like I said, I think I'm satisfied with leaving it where it is. If Nathan remembers that terrifying experience, I can't imagine how I would react finding the details and knowing what my little boy went through. No parent wants their child to experience something so traumatic. So, as of right now, I'm just thankful to have a happy and careful little guy that I can share this unique event with. I'm in Oregon now, but at this time, I was in the state capital of Nebraska. We got into a huge, old 2-story home with a full basement. I had a huge room with a walk-in closet, and it had a mirror that was creepy. I went to bed the first night alone and felt creeped out. I thought it was because of the first night in a big home. I went down to the basement, and it was old and a bit creepy. I felt that it was because it was an old house. But I started noticing a creepy feeling in the basement when I went to do my laundry. I felt a negative energy in the house, and I started having a feeling that something was wrong in said house. The kids said that they saw a little girl in the room they slept in, and no one ever slept in it alone. I remember that we ended up having to move, as we had worn our welcome with the landlords. We moved into a house that was a lot less scary. I wonder if the home was haunted, and if the kids were honest, then who was the little girl? Before I begin my story, I just want to say that I love listening to your stories, Raven, and thank you for all that you've done. Thank you for listening, my friend. This happened a few years ago when I was a teenager. I had already heard and listened to dark web horror stories and stuff like that on YouTube. Back then, I just thought of the dark web as this sort of mythical place on the internet that only hackers could access. But I was pretty wrong about that. I was curious, so I looked up on my laptop how to access the dark web. It gave me instructions that I had to download a special browser called Tor, and so I downloaded it onto my laptop. Once I had finally downloaded it, I started to look at some surface web dark web guides like the Hidden Wiki, the dark web search engines, and so on. I basically just spent a few hours copying and pasting links into the Tor search bar, and, well, I was actually a little disappointed, because most of the links that I pasted were just offline or dead. But then I finally found some of the links that were interesting. A gun market and also a bunch of drug markets. It reminded me of the Silk Road that people mentioned when talking about the dark web. Note that I only went on here to browse, not to buy anything illegal. There were also some, let's just say, interesting pop-up ads related to adult content and other things. But here is where everything got real. So, a few days after I browsed through the dark web, I found some GitHub links to the dark web. One of them was for this chat room, which I won't say what it was called because I don't want anyone else to go to that site. It started off by giving me a CAPTCHA, and then I clicked New Chat. It took me to this Omegle-style chat room where it said, Waiting for Random. So, I waited for about 15 seconds before, in the chat box, it said, Found a random, say hi. And that's what I did. The first person I met was normal, and we had a normal chat before he disconnected. Then, another random came into the chat box. I said hi, but then they asked what I was into. This question was a pretty strange question to ask a stranger right away without saying hi, so I just said, dark web stuff. He then asked me if I had any child content. That's when I clicked for a new chat, but it was hopeless because every single chat from there on was the same thing, full of pedos trying to get CP from me and asking me if I wanted to exchange pictures, if you know what that means. I actually thought that I had a decent person to talk to for the first time in a while that wasn't a pedo, and I said that I was new to the dark web. He said that this could help me as a guide to the dark web, and then he typed a link into the chat. Now, I'm not sure what made me click it, but it sent me to an illegal child image, and I clicked off immediately. It really disgusts me that this chat room is full of predators who ask each other for other pictures to exchange. Now, I still do go on the dark web from time to time, but I have never been to that disturbing chat room since. Back when I was in my sophomore year of college, I was a disgruntled delivery driver for a local pizza chain. The job wasn't glamorous, and to be honest, I hated it before this event. But I did the job because the extra cash was good. This was especially true when it came to days where the weather sucked. I drove a mildly beat-up Ford Bronco that was an absolute beast when it snowed. So I knew that, if I delivered on days where it had piled up, I would most likely be fine. I depended on it, because on those nights the tips were always great. A $20 run could easily turn into a full 20 in tips, because people would feel bad about making you get out and drive through the snow. It was just after 11 p.m. on a day where we'd been getting blanketed since around noon, and the roads were absolute garbage. We got an order for a large pepperoni and a side of wings that needed to get to an address on the furthest road of our delivery circle. It was a part of town where there weren't many houses, closer to where it actually became more rural. But there were a few houses out there, and with it being that far, my thought was immediately on how much this guy was going to tip. I was greedy. What can I say? My manager actually asked if we should cancel it, quote, for safety, but I told him that I would take it. He asked if I was sure, and I waved him off. I told him I'd be fine, and he just nodded and said okay. I grabbed the heated bag with the food and loaded it into my passenger seat, and then started out at the parking lot. The drive was white-knuckle the whole way. The Bronco was usually a tank in this kind of weather. I could get through drifts that would bury a sedan like they were nothing. But the visibility was near zero. The wipers were fighting a losing battle against the huge wet flakes. When I got to the customer's house, I was hit with that eerie silent stillness that happens in a blizzard. The driveway was the first red flag, though at the time I didn't really see it like that. It was completely untouched, with easily 10 or so inches of snow piling around it. I should have parked on the street, but I was also a victim of laziness. The driveway was a decent length, and I really didn't want to walk all the way through the snow, so I pulled my car into the driveway so I was closer to the house when I parked. I trusted the old machine to make it in and out of the driveway. Unfortunately, as much as I trusted the vehicle, I also misplaced a lot of trust in myself. After I pulled up, I decided that I would go ahead and reposition myself to make it easier to turn around and pull out forward. Basically, pull a pre-exit K-turn. The driveway looked wide enough for me to do so I figured I would be fine. That assumption was dumb. The driveway was not as wide as it looked, and my decision would be what set me in a really bad position. I turned hard left, and then I put it in reverse to back up, and within a few moments, I felt it slide. Then gravity took over and my back passenger side tire dropped off solid ground, and into what was basically a drainage ditch filled with snow. I shouted out an expletive or two, grabbed the pizza, and threw my door open, thinking that I would have to figure this all out after delivering the food. I knocked on the door and an older guy answered wearing a wool sweater and sweats. He didn't smile or really say anything. He just looked at me, glanced past me at my car, which was obviously in a precarious situation, and then gave me a bit of a huffed laugh. He then handed me the cash and took the pizza, and then just stared at me blankly. I stood there for a second thinking that surely he would say something, but when he didn't, I just said, "Okay, thanks, have a great night," and then turned to walk away. I got to my car and I threw it into 4 low, trying to get it out of the drainage ditch. I rocked it back and forth. I tried drive, tried reverse. No matter what I did, the rear wheels were not moving. The passenger side was in the ditch, and the driver's side was partially on a slant, but I was just spinning on thick snow that was turning into ice. This was something that I wasn't used to. The Bronco never got stuck, but here I was, not able to move it. After a few moments, I opened my door and was met with someone, the customer, shouting at me. "I had a feeling you were stuck. I already called a tow truck. Why don't you come on inside? You can call your store and let them know why you aren't back yet." My head was telling me not to follow him inside, but it was freezing out there, and I really didn't want to stand outside waiting for a tow or burn my gas running the heater. In the end, I agreed with him, and the two of us stepped into the front door. It was warmer inside, but the house was also a mess. It looked like the start of a hoarder's home. There were piles of stuff in random places, strewn about here and there. It was like he was starting to become a hoarder, but wasn't quite there yet. Yes, I judged, and I still am. And yes, I know that's a dick move. He motioned toward what looked like a dining room and said that the phone was on the hook in there. I walked in and grabbed the phone off of the base and put it to my ear, only to be greeted with silence. I pressed the button on the base a few times and nothing changed. I glanced over at the living room where the man now was, only to see him standing there and staring at me. I had this really deep, painful feeling in the pit of my stomach. It was at this point that I realized that I was an idiot. I put the phone back on the hook and mentioned that it wasn't working, and then stepped into the living room like I hadn't actually realized what was happening. I very calmly looked around the room for anything I could use as a weapon. Then, the other shoe dropped, and he made it very clear what his intentions were. "You know what this is. How much money do you have on you?" I sighed and basically fell into a minor plea for my life. "Dude, I have the cash you gave me in like $20. If you want it, you can have it. I don't care. Just let me leave." He looked like he was contemplating it for a moment, and then shook his head and said, "Nah, I think you have more than that. Don't make me hurt you, please." At that point, I figured that it was do or die. I grabbed a broom that was propped up against the wall, and I swung it as hard as I could, in a way that would hit with the handle instead of the bristle part. It was one of those old brooms, the ones that were completely made of thick wood, so it had some heft to it when it smacked against the guy's face. I took that moment of distraction to turn and run to the back door, flipped open the lock, and took off out and around the house to get back to the road. I heard him grunt and shout something at me as I ran down the driveway. I have no idea what he said, but he didn't chase me out into the yard. He probably just assumed that the cold would get me, plus I couldn't escape in my car since it was stuck in his front yard. I had to book it on foot, and I knew that that was not in my favor. Thankfully, I actually had a bit of a miracle moment. As I got a bit down the road, a plow truck turned down the same street. I stood there waving my hands like a maniac, and thankfully he did stop. I explained to him that I was a delivery driver, and that the guy at the house had just attempted to rob me, and then I told him that my car was stuck in a ditch at that house. At first he looked at me like I was yelling in a different language, but I guess he decided I wasn't a threat, because he told me to hop into the passenger side, and that he would get the police out there. The cops did show up about 40 or so minutes later, the snow slowing their response. I explained to them that my car was stuck in the ditch at the house, and told them about what had happened, how the guy told me to come in and that he'd called for a tow, but then he tried to rob me. They took me up to the house and told me to wait in the car as they checked in on the homeowner. Much to their surprise, and mine, the front door was wide open, and the house was actually empty. The officer told me that there was signs of a struggle. The broom on the floor, a small blood trail to the front door, and knocked over chairs. But the guy was gone. The pizza and wings were actually still on the coffee table in the living room untouched. But the house also looked completely deserted. So at this point, it was pretty clear that this guy had used an empty house full of trash to try and get a driver there in hopes that they could use the weather to take advantage of them. And I had fallen into it, despite having a vehicle that was normally capable. An unfortunate situation that he was able to follow through on because I messed up, and decided to try to turn around in the driveway. The officer got the tow truck there to get my Bronco out of the ditch and took a statement from me for the whole thing. When I got back to the store and gave my manager the money for the delivery, explaining everything, I told him that I was done. He thought that I meant for the night, but no, I told him that I quit. He tried to ask me to reconsider, but I told him that that was the end of it for me. It wasn't worth it. I know that nothing like that was likely to ever happen again, but really? Once was enough for this guy. If you want food in a snowstorm, you can starve for all I care. I'm keeping my ass inside. Hi, Raven. I want to start this off by saying that I'm a moderately thrill-seeking 21-year-old male that is often interested in some, well, questionable things sometimes. One of them being the dark web. I'm a huge loner. I don't have any in real life friends, although I did have some in the past, but we grew apart. Most of my social activities are through Reddit, or Telegram, as sad as that sounds. Anyway, I wanted to get on the dark web for a while now. I saw your horror story videos regarding the dark web and they freaked me out. I also saw a couple of other YouTubers talk about it. One YouTuber I remember claimed to have ordered a mystery box off of the dark web, although I don't know how legitimate that is. While my fear was still there, my desire eventually outgrew it. This past Wednesday, I decided to install Tor on my desktop computer. I know, that might be stupid, but I didn't want to buy another laptop or computer. I figured as long as I didn't buy or sell anything and just browsed the dark web, I would be okay. I also made sure to disable JavaScript. Going in, I assumed the worst of everyone. 99.99% of marketplaces were at best a scam or at worst a honeypot. But I wanted to see what was out there. I was told that a lot of it was illegal drugs, guns, counterfeit money, and worse. I just wanted to see if it was all true. I did a little research on Reddit and found a site on the dark web that resembled Reddit a lot, albeit smaller. Off that page, I found other links that led to marketplaces. I also found a link page that led to a forum where you could live chat with other people. This sounded cool and wholesome. I'm not going to give out the name, but it's a small activity board and the design is basic but functional. It kind of reminds me of how the internet would be what I imagined it to be in the past. I'm too young. Anyway, the following Wednesday after getting on the dark web, I was on the forum, and there was actually a link section on the forum that contained links to the other websites. Yay, I thought. More digging that I can do for fun. There were categories like crypto, forums, counterfeits, advertising, hacking, etc. One of them was leaks. I clicked on leaks, and here comes a huge list of links. I scroll down and I read some of them. Most of them actually claimed to be data leaks. I went through most of the links and I don't remember any of them working. It would say something like onion site not found. I scrolled down a little more and clicked a link described leaks and hacked IP cameras. I thought it would go to a dead link, but I was wrong. The site loaded. Now, I'm not going to say what it's called, but it has a lot to do with voyeurism. And I'm not proud of this, made an account, because some of the features were locked. There was a whole section dedicated towards girls' photos being leaked from all over the world. They would even have their social medias, such as Twitter and LinkedIn, and YouTube, as well as country, state, city, date of birth, phone, and email address all listed, although the last 5 were paywalled. You could also see hacked IP cameras. It was disturbing. You could pay to see their leaked photos, assuming it wasn't a scam or honeypot. And I have a gut feeling it's legitimate because the site is well designed, but it could have been a honeypot. Again, I don't have any desire to buy the content. I was just investigating creepy stuff on the dark web. What makes it even more wrong is you would get paid to leak content if someone wants to remove the content. And who even knows if they do remove it? I don't know how people even get these girls' photos. It's crazy. And I know that you're screaming, contact these people's Instagrams or whatever, but no. Because who knows if it is all a trap? And even seeing that stuff could be illegal. So, yeah, that's my story. Other than drugs, guns, and the usual, I did see a site containing legitimate Nazi memorabilia for sale. So, yeah. This is probably not the scariest story ever, but I definitely found it disturbing. If you are a sensitive person, I would definitely recommend staying off the dark web. Me, on the other hand, I'll continue to explore what craziness this world has to offer. This person actually sent me an update, which is a rarity for submitted stories. Update. A couple of weeks later, I was browsing some more and found one of those sites that served as a search engine for the dark web. I know this doesn't sound very innocent, but I wanted to see if there were any escorts on the dark web. Again, I'm not interested in said services. But, like my dark thrill-seeking, well, I found something that was absolutely wild. I found a site claiming to sell children, both boys and girls, from as young as newborns to as old as 16. The kind of disturbing thing about this, as if it already isn't, is that the kids in the photos looked ashamed or nervous. For better or worse, the site is small, but part of me wonders if it's legitimate. I researched that human trafficking occurs on the dark web, but it very well could be a honeypot or scam, which I really hope it is. They even go as far as having an FAQ. They even list their session IDs. One of the questions from the FAQ asks if they're law enforcement. Somehow, I find that even more suspicious that they say that they aren't. The disturbing part is that I guess I could have found a legitimate trafficking site on there. This story is probably going to have people saying, but that's not a stalker story. And to a degree, they would be right. But framing it as one is also right. And now, Tom will show his work. Lisa was indeed the victim of a stalker, just not the kind you generally think of when you hear that term. Not all stalkers are driven by obsession. It's not an individual-based thing. Some stalkers are very much like apex predators. They're territorial. And all it takes is the right person walking through the park under the watchful but unseen eyes of a predator for the game to be afoot. And Lisa McVeigh had caught the eye of the scariest kind of monster. An active, hunting serial killer. So in this case, he wasn't stalking her, but he was very much a stalker. Lisa was just the target of opportunity. So who is Lisa McVeigh? Long before she caught the eye of an active predator, Lisa McVeigh was already a survivor. Her childhood had been, well, let's just say that she had already endured things that most people would classify as unendurable, and then move on from that. But in the mid-1980s, Lisa was just a 17-year-old girl trying to do what most people are, keep her life together. She was working hard trying to build some kind of future. Lisa was not a runaway. She wasn't the portrait of stability, but she wasn't chasing trouble. Lisa was working late-night shifts at an all-night donut shop. 2 a.m., need a donut? No problem. Glamorous? Hardly. But it was work. She didn't own a car, but for an enterprising young lady such as Lisa, that was a speed bump. not a full stop. So she just rode her bike to and from work. Same route, same routine, predictable and safe. It was the kind of thing that just inherently felt safe because it was a routine. Besides, as I said, Lisa had come from a very tumultuous childhood. So, something like a late-night bike ride in Tampa was not something to put her off from doing what she needed to do. November 3rd, 1984 was just another cold night. Another late shift and another ride home for Lisa. The streets of Tampa were quiet, as they always were at 2 a.m. Between the quiet and the routine, it was impossible not to feel safe, and even a little bit warm in the comfort of it despite the season. Unfortunately, what Lisa couldn't know is that there was someone else out on the streets with her that night. Predatory eyes that have caught sight of someone crossing his hunting ground. Maybe it's the first time he's seen her. Maybe he's caught sight of her a few times and has just chosen tonight to act on his urges. Regardless, he does choose this night. He does choose Lisa, and he does strike. Lisa was riding across a church parking lot when the car swooped in. Everything happened so fast. The attacker pulled her from her bike and forced her into his car. There was the flash of a gun, a strongly worded threat, and then Lisa's routine was shattered as he drove her into the night. Now, I'm going to take just a moment here to acknowledge a few things. What Lisa endures during this abduction is beyond words, and not something I'm going to focus on. The violence is not getting the spotlight. This is a story about survival and transformation, and that is what we are going to focus on. This isn't about what Lisa endured, it's about how she survived. Now, back to the story. The moment that car door slammed and the engine roared into the night, almost anyone else's world would have shattered as panic took hold. Many people would have frozen up or shut down, and understandably so. But Lisa's mind went into overdrive. Her eyes were covered with the blindfold, but she could still feel the rough vinyl of the seat. She could smell stale cigarettes and a cheap air freshener. She couldn't see the road, but she could feel every turn, every curve. Lisa began counting those turns, counting the number of seconds they were driving straight. She even thought to count the number of times the car stopped at intersections, red lights, and stop signs. Every movement of the car became a bit of information that her brain filed away. Maybe at the time she didn't even realize why her brain was latching on to certain bits of information, but each bit of it did help her in the moment. Each bit would help someone find her later, if there was indeed a later. Even the most mundane of details, such as how many times he tapped on the wheel, the way the car engine strained on the incline of a hill, all of it filed away in her brain. The more she planned for there to be a later, the more likely there was indeed going to be a later. Lisa was fully aware of when the car finally stopped, the silence that replaced the groan of the engine, and then a door opened on her right, and there was pressure. Hands grabbing her. Pulled or pushed, it doesn't matter. For Lisa, it was just challenge number 1. Get out of the car without losing her center. Her feet hit the ground. She became aware of everything. Her senses still in overdrive, and fear was not dulling her. It was sharpening her awareness. The temperature. Which way was the wind blowing? Was it gravel or pavement under her shoes? Detail after detail her mind clamped onto, and refused to let go of. She's still in the dark, but she is far from as helpless as that blindfold makes her seem. Challenge 1 complete, on to challenge number 2, the walk. Rough hands guide her, force her forwards. He thinks he's controlling her pace, but in her mind, Lisa was counting steps, making notes about changes to the terrain underfoot. 2 steps, 3 steps, and then an elevation change, a curb, maybe. A threshold? Then the jingling of keys and the sound of a door opening. The air pressure changes, a transition from outdoors to indoors. The air smells different, a bit stale and human, but not lived in. Walk complete. Now for challenge number 3. Draw a blind map. Still blindfolded, guided by hands she could feel but not see, Lisa allows her other senses to draw the map for her. The floor changed again. It's carpet now. The air is warmer too. Musty. Soft floor and warm air, and some kind of faint noise in the distance. A TV, perhaps? Maybe the drone of a fan? She still couldn't see, but every little noise helped create a mental image of her surroundings. Every sound became a landmark. This was her new environment, and if there truly was going to be a later, then she needed to understand it better than the person dragging her through it. Another thump. Furniture. A couch, perhaps. No. Maybe the corner of a table. Right now, it was all in little pieces, but it was darkness that was becoming familiar to her. Challenge number 4, learning to read while blindfolded. Lisa was learning very quickly just how true it was that losing your sight heightened your other senses. Most people read a room using their eyes, and Lisa was learning how to read the room using her everything else. She could still read, of course. The sensory input was just different. Right now, she was very aware that there was another person nearby. She could tell by the breathing. It wasn't exactly steady breathing, nor was it frantic. Breathing can tell you a lot. Boredom, anxiety, anger. Quietly, Lisa matched her own breathing, her own heartbeat, to the other's breathing. That way she would know the second it changed. Then came the movement. The way the floor shifted with his weight. There was a lot to be heard in the silence. Silence could speak volumes. It meant he was watching, thinking, or waiting. She just had to figure out what he was watching and waiting for. Had to learn what he was thinking. Silence meant that she had to listen even harder. The truly hard part, though, was learning just that. Learning to read him. She needed to read him while not letting him read her back. Her voice had to stay measured, neutral. If he thought she was scared, it was over for her. If he thought she was too defiant, too rebellious, it would only get worse. Much worse. Challenge number 5, which was controlling the narrative. So far, her adaptation has been impeccable. She's counting steps, memorizing turns. Lisa has learned to read the entire room while completely blindfolded. But only so much of survival hinges on gathering intelligence. If she were going to truly survive, then survival meant that she had to evade, resist, and escape. In order to do that, she was going to have to manage a certain level of control in the situation. Lisa needed to take control of the story that this attacker thought he was the one writing. She had gotten familiar with the room that she was in. Now she needed to get familiar with what was inside of his head. Lisa was already a survivor, after all, and she knew enough about unstable people, all too much, honestly, to know that a human mind could be led like a skittish horse, if you knew how to work the reins. And his breathing, the hesitation in his movements, his silence, was telling her that this man was volatile. If she were going to get out of this, then she needed to change how he perceived her. She couldn't come off as a threat, but she couldn't come off as meek either. She couldn't be seen as an enemy or she was dead. She couldn't be seen as weak or she was dead. She needed to control the narrative enough, just enough that she was seen as a person to him. A person with a story. With a life that mattered. And so, Lisa became a gardener and began planting these seeds. A hint of attachment here, a note of vulnerability there. Suggestions here and there that she mattered outside of this room, that someone out there needed her. Lisa didn't babble. She didn't plead, and she certainly didn't overshare. She told things that were impersonal enough to not matter to her, but just personal enough to matter to him. Challenge number 6, creating separation. It was excruciating walking that razor's edge. One misstep either direction and it was all over. Lisa had planted those seeds, and now it was time to start fabricating and driving a wedge. Discreetly, of course. The seeds that she was a person with a life that mattered were just starting to take root. And now she had to skillfully push that wedge between her captor and whatever dark intentions he had in store for her. She had already tasted just enough of that cruelty to know that if she didn't pull this master stroke of wedge crafting, this road did not end in a good place for her. For now, she had to start creating that all-important separation between multiple things at once. She had to distance herself from the image of being prey. She had to distance herself from whatever dark end this assailant had in mind. She had to distance this predator from his dark urges. It was like juggling blowtorches in a storeroom full of gunpowder, but Lisa was crushing it. It wasn't time to make the grab for freedom yet, but every bit of mental work she'd been putting in from the second she'd been grabbed off her bike was starting to pay off. Bit by bit, she was able to say the right things, in the right tone. The wedges that she had made were holding splendidly, and gradually through that blindfold, she could see the faintest of lights beginning to shine. Challenge number 7, picking her spot. The hours that Lisa had put into creating one single outcome, one where she lived, must have felt like a lifetime. Seconds probably felt like hours, and hours probably felt like days. But it was working. The mapping, the counting, the reading was all starting to pay off. And now the seed-planting, wedge-driving Lisa could feel a shift in his presence. His breathing was becoming more unsure. His grip was a little less forceful. Tiny cracks in his facade were showing. Sure, to most people it may not have felt like much, but to Lisa, it may as well have been the first crack in a failing dam. It was monumental. This was it. This was her spot. The true trick in survival isn't that perfect opening. The true trick is finding the imperfect opening and then making it work. And at this point, I think we all know that Lisa is more than capable of making a less than ideal situation work for her. Long ago, she had gotten very good at spotting those microfractures in human behavior, and her captor was starting to waver. Lisa wasn't safe, nowhere close, but it was starting to feel like she could be safe again. There was going to be a later. Her seeds had started to sprout and bear greens. Something so incredibly fragile, but so vital to her right now. Doubt. Not in her, but in him. She leaned in just a bit more. She didn't even have to try that hard to keep her voice in that perfect range. Not prey and not threat. That impossible juggling and tightrope act she'd been working was suddenly a lot less impossible. He wasn't seeing her as prey anymore. He was starting to see her as a person that he had to figure out what to do with. A person that hadn't been part of this neat little script he'd written in his own head. Lisa could feel it starting to radiate off of him during those silences. The silence wasn't threatening anymore. It wasn't a terrifying unknown now. The silence was more telling than anything else, because now it was full of confusion. It was the first sign that she had loud and clear that she was going in the right direction. The angles that she had been working, the seeds she had planted, the wedges she'd been driving, hadn't been in vain at all. If anything, they may have worked to a point that she didn't need to worry about escape, because if she kept working things like she had, hell, he may have been about to let her go. And being released is a lot more of a sure bet than trying to escape. Challenge 8. Walking out alive. It had been an incredibly arduous night for Lisa. She had been in survival overdrive for so long that it was hard to remember what normal felt like. And she was learning that the hardest part of survival isn't the terror, It isn't the pain. It isn't even the moment of peak danger, it's management. Because the moment you see that glimmer of hope, when you feel that tide begin to change, you can't celebrate it. Can't even acknowledge it. For Lisa, keeping that composure rewarded her with something she had never dared hope for. The blindfold loosened just a bit. It wasn't off and she was still mostly in the dark, but that little gesture told her everything. She didn't let herself jump at it. A mumbled word of gratitude, and she continued to play the role that she had perfected in the last several hours. She couldn't let herself lose that composure now. She was so close, but she couldn't betray a thing to her captor. Silently, however, she allowed herself to enjoy the feeling of solid, if not quite safe, ground beneath her feet. She had the narrative. She had the control. Now she just had to get herself home. Then, in that silence that was a lot less terrifying than before, there was the rustle of movement. Those rough hands reached for her again, but with less malice. And finally, the ropes binding her were untied. She was free. Keeping control of herself, Lisa didn't move. She didn't even let her breathing quicken. Somehow, despite everything Lisa had achieved, a kind of self-control that Buddhist monks would envy. And then the blindfold loosened more. It wasn't off fully, but she could just see enough now to know that she was being guided to the door. When she first stepped outside, she fought the urge to run. So far, walking was what kept her alive, and the last thing she needed to do was remind the predator of the original script for this night by acting like the prey she had convinced him she was not. So, Lisa started walking, and kept walking, until she was certain that he wasn't hovering behind her. Only then did she allow herself to breathe. She finally let herself acknowledge that she was alive, and that she was free. Lisa McVeigh had survived her abduction by a serial killer, although she wouldn't know just what and who she had survived until the days ahead of her. Days that she had because she had just completely outfoxed a predator. And then there's everything that came after. Of course, Lisa did not leave that night unchanged. No one could go through what she had and not be changed, but she had made a decision that her story wasn't going to end in that apartment, in the dark, on someone else's terms. Lisa went home. She carried on, and she told the truth about what happened to her. Every bit of information that she had stored away, every right turn, every stoplight, all of it helped the police find the person who had abducted Lisa. It turns out, the man who had taken her was a serial killer, and he had been active in the Tampa area long before Lisa's orbit had crossed his. For integrity's sake and nothing else, that man is Bobby Joe Long. And now that I've said his name, we're going to turn back to the star of this story. The, at this point, absolute legend Lisa McVeigh. Because she went on to have quite the career in law enforcement. Lisa went on to become a deputy of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in Florida. The very same department that investigated her own case. That's the kind of full circle that any story lover can appreciate. And to Lisa McVeigh, girl, you are an absolute legend. I had a sudden and spontaneous out-of-body experience at the age of 19. This happened in November 2002 in Finland. Finland is in the same latitude with North Alaska, so Novembers are very dark and snowy, while summer months are light and just barely dim. This is an important detail of my OBE. Back in 2002, I had just moved out from my childhood home and was living in an upstairs room in a Finnish-American couple's house. It was a small room, meant to be a nursery room, but it was my first very own space. My younger sister was visiting me, and we had gone to bed. She was sleeping on my sofa, as I didn't have a bed, and I had settled down on a mattress next to my built-in cupboard. I was laying on my stomach, arms folded under my pillow to support my head. My head was turned to my right, eyes closed. I wasn't sleepy, as I've always had problems with falling asleep earlier than 6 a.m. Nothing unusual had happened either. I wasn't drunk, not under any medication, hadn't done any drugs, nor was I sleepy. Just a normal day with a normal night. As I was waiting for sleep to arrive at some point, I suddenly felt like someone was yanking my legs up from my ankles. There were 2 yanks, and they lifted my legs really high up in the air, almost to a 90-degree angle from thighs below. I thought to myself, well, that's weird and impossible. My knees can't bend up like that. I must say I don't know why my knees got my attention and not my thighs. Then there was a 3rd yank, and with that, I flew out of my body through my legs. Imagine a tablecloth being pulled quickly from the table so that all the plates and utensils still stay on the table without being pulled down with the tablecloth. And that's how it kind of felt like. It was very quick, very sudden, less than a blink of an eye. And with the 3rd yank, I was in a darkness. This dark place didn't have any limits. It spread to eternity. It didn't have sound, direction, temperature, smell, or time. Around me there was a small, round, invisible area where the density of the darkness was lighter, whereas the rest of the darkness was a lot denser. Imagine that you have a square plate with marbles on it. Around me, the marbles were a few, and the distance between those marbles was wide. Outside of this area, the marbles were side by side with only a small space between them. I don't know if this lighter area was my own energy or my aura, but I would suspect it to be so. This is only a guess of mine, mind you. The darkness was solid black darkness, with nothing to see and nothing to sense. I knew immediately how it was, and I also knew that nothing existed in this place. So while it was black in color, the color black didn't exist there. While there were differences in density, density didn't exist. While it was empty, emptiness didn't exist. I can only describe it as a void of nothing, where not even the concept of nothing existed. I stood there in this void completely boggled. It took me some seconds to realize what had happened, and I more or less cussed myself out loud. Damn it, I'm out of my body. It was a shocking realization. That was my first thought, and I just knew that it was what was happening here. I could sense that my body was somewhere really far away. Imagine that you, listener, wherever you are now listening to this experience of mine, get yanked in a split second to another side of the globe, into an untouched wilderness. You know you're really far away from where you should be, but you have no means to get back. No help, no guidance, no direction, no clue even where you are. This is how I felt. It was a horrifying feeling. I had no idea what to do to get back, and where my body actually even was compared to my location in this void. I had recently, prior to this experience, learned about angels and started my intentional spiritual journey. I had a positive experience with Archangel Michael, so I was familiar with angels helping people out in times of need. In my horrified state, I yelled out loud, "Angels, please help me. I'm out of my body and I don't know how to get back." There was a moment of pause where nothing happened. Suddenly, I saw 2 male figures coming toward me. They slid to me from my upper right corner to down to my left-hand side, and then closer to me on my right again. In perfect unison, they were making this letter Z of a movement. These figures were holding hands. What I saw was blurry because they moved so fast, yet I was able to tell how they both looked. The angel on my right had a white, traditional-looking angelic robe with long, loose sleeves. He was a white man with a bit curly, chocolate-colored hair. His robe and his whole body were emitting and toned with this blue tint, which sparkled slightly. As he made his slide to me, he left a blue sparkled trail behind him. The angel on my left was also a white man with a similar robe. He had blonde hair, and his body, as well as his robe, were tinted with a sparkly golden color. He also left a similar energetic trail behind him. Next, I was outside from the void, standing up in the air. The angels were holding my hands, the brown-haired blue angel on my left and blonde-haired angel on my right. We were somewhere in the Finnish countryside, but instead of November, it was summer. The summer night was bright, and judging from the color of the sky and the remains of the sun that I could see, it was around 3 a.m. or so. The problem with this scenario was that while I was standing up in the air with the angels, I was also standing on the ground, on my left-hand side. I was watching myself up in the air from the ground, maybe 15 to 20 meters from where I was standing on the ground. I could see the whole scenery. Around me there were young but tall birch trees, and some bush next to me on my left. The foliage was bright green. Next to my right ran a sandy countryside road and telephone poles with lines that ran next to the road, on its right side. The sandy road went through this summer field that was growing the early summer grass, ready to be collected for drying later in the year. On the field on my right side, there was an old hay barn, which you see a lot of in Finnish countrysides even today. On the left-hand side of the road, the field opened to a horizon where the colors of the sun were still visible, as they always are during the summer nights. The sun dips only 8 degrees below the horizon in the summer. The sandy road ran into a thick spruce forest, opposite of the birch forest I was standing in. It framed the summer fields perfectly. It was very quiet, serene, and also very beautiful. The me who was in the air and who I was still inspecting from the ground level was standing above one of these wooden telephone poles with the angels. I was wearing clothes that I don't own. A white tank top with spaghetti straps, and loose, comfortable light blue pants. I was barefoot. I was so small compared to the angels. I remember I reached maybe to their mid-chest only. I'm short in real life, too, only 5 feet. The whole moment lasted only for a very, very short amount of time. It was really confusing, and it was the part of this whole experience that I struggled the most with afterwards. Suddenly, I was the me who was standing in the air above the telephone pole. It was maybe 2 to 3 meters below me. I saw my bare feet first. The angels were still holding my hands. While they were taller than I was able to keep my hands relaxed to my side. There was no need for me to lift my palms higher to reach theirs. There was no end or beginning in where my hands ended and theirs began. They were united, the same energy. A scary thought crossed my mind. What if my hand slips from the hold of these angels? Would I be yanked somewhere horrible, far, far away again? The golden blonde angel on my right heard my thoughts, and he said to me telepathically, "Don't worry, I can carry you." Next, the scenery changed yet again. I was back in the void where these 2 angels had rescued me from, but I was alone with the golden blonde angel only. He had taken me into his arms, as promised, but now he was even bigger than in the summer night scenery. I was resting fully on his upper arms on his bicep. He arched his forearm like a wall around me to a 90-degree angle, his palms downward above me, forming a small canopy for me. His long sleeves had rolled down to his elbows. Then he pushed his chin above me too, between his palms, completely creating this protected space around me with his body. I had my arms around his neck, but couldn't reach around, not even close. I did some calculations, and I think his neck was 180 centimeters wide, if not even wider. He was gigantic. I could see his face and all the details very well. His skin was almost white, and absolutely perfect. He had a beautiful straight nose and pale blue eyes. His blonde hair was longer from front, reaching down to his temples, and being divided from the middle, while the back of his hair was short. I always laughed and say that he had this 90s boy band hair. If you've ever seen the animated movie Anastasia, the character Dimitri has a similar hairdo to this angel. While he felt solid, he didn't have any texture or material feel to him. Like when you press your hand against someone's body, or a sofa, or a car hood, or an animal fur or scales. There's a difference in how those surfaces all feel, but he felt solid and nothing at the same time. Such material, which I could use to describe his body, doesn't exist here. He didn't have any body heat either, nor was he cold. He kept his face and eyes straight forward and stayed still, unmoved. I was so boggled and surprised that this man, this angel, was so worried about me, and was clearly willing to do anything to help me to feel better. I have a really rough upbringing with men and boys, so it was more common for them to treat me like trash than to be concerned about my well-being. I was so taken back by his kindness that I literally lost my words. When I was able to find my voice again, I managed to stammer, "Thank you, but I'm really scared and I just want to go home." "I can take you there," he replied to me telepathically. He didn't move, nor did his lips move when he spoke to me. After that, my vision was spinning with lots of colors, and spinning clockwise. I knew it was my body even when I couldn't see anything but colored lines. Like in a cartoon scene where a scenery goes by really quickly. It was almost comical. When the spinning stopped, I saw my room. My eyes were closed, but I saw the cupboard in front of me perfectly clear. I think I started to see those when the angel attached my soul's feet to my physical feet. He placed my soul back in my body very slowly and very gently, supporting my head like you place a small baby to sleep in its crib. When I was fully back in my body, there was a small, quiet moment, and then I heard the angel say to me, "You can now start to gently wake yourself up." Let me tell you, there was nothing gentle in the way that I jolted up. My eyes bolted open, but my vision didn't change, as I was already able to see my surroundings. I was so scared that this would happen again that I kept praying for hours for the angels not to let me slip out of my body again. This experience has left me scared of out-of-body experiences, and I'm still afraid that someday I'll just accidentally slip out of my body again 21 years later. After a few days from this ordeal, I decided to try automatic writing. I needed answers and couldn't really find them online, as back in the year 2002, the internet and search engines weren't really that big yet. I had been doing divination readings for myself with runes for 3 years prior to this out-of-body experience, and I had just recently learned about automatic writing. I decided to give it a try and reach out to the golden blonde angel who had brought me back. To my surprise, he replied. He introduced himself as Athamios, my guardian angel. The other angel with him had been his brother, though I don't know what it means, and his name was Ptolemaios. He told me that the Black Void was a place between places. It was a place between our physical world and the spirit world. I didn't really believe him. I thought that I must have made that up myself, though. I had never heard that there would be a place between our world and spirit's world. It took a decade or so when I started to come across near-death experiences where people described this exact same void. A place between places, between our world and the spirit world. I was in my early 30s when I stumbled upon Anita Moryani's famous NDE, where she described being able to see anything within a 360-degree vision, from any perspective in time, including being able to see herself from the third-person perspective. I was so relieved when I got an explanation. I hadn't imagined it. Since age 20, I've worked as a psychic medium. My specialty is automatic writing, where I consult cards or spiritual guides, and then just write whatever I can see or hear. It starts and stops automatically. I can read people like an open book, also from still photos with the first glance. My readings of people, both good and bad, have never been wrong. One of the downsides of this is that when there's a competition I want to watch, I always know who is going to win, And who is going to get into the finale but not win? I've heard that many who have a near-death experience return with spiritual gifts. I wish I could say for sure that this near-death experience, like out-of-body experience, was something that gave me these abilities, or not. Columbia Falls, Montana. It was a Wednesday in September of 2017, the 13th to be specific, when the first threatening messages started coming in. Received by parents and school staff all across the district of Columbia Falls. They came in by text and email both. The messages were beyond disturbing, and as I said, they were threatening. Someone claimed that they were watching the children of the district and that they had their information. The messages started going out late in the day and overnight into Thursday morning. Even the students themselves were getting very, very disturbing messages. Your child still looks so innocent. Don't let them go outside. Some of the messages were even more graphic. And they all said that if they weren't paid a ransom, in Bitcoin of course, that they would make the students' personal information public. An anonymous letter was even sent to the school district that offered payment tiers that would affect the amount of the ransom. $75,000 if paid immediately, $100,000 if the district author wrote an embarrassing essay, and $150,000 if paid in installments. They made it clear that if their demands were not met, that they would release personal information regarding the students on the dark web. You see, a few days before this, a hacker group called Dark Overlord had hacked the school district servers and stolen all of the names on the student register, as well as their home addresses and so forth. They also implied that they may do even worse if the demands were not met. Initially, the parents and students knew nothing about the ransom demands. All they knew was that they were getting messages that were threatening their children directly. So, of course, panic began spreading across the entire district faster than a late summer wildfire. It was spreading so fast that authorities didn't have any time to make any kind of statement before the entire community was having one of the most understandable breakdowns in the world. Needless to say, there was no school in that entire district Thursday or Friday. The district officials immediately closed more than 30 schools across the entire Columbia Falls area. More than 15,000 students sat at home with locked doors and closed blinds, scared, confused, and trying to understand why anyone would do something like this. Basically, the entire community went on lockdown. Law enforcement was crawling all over the area, making sure that none of the implied threats of violence were made good upon. This included local PD, the sheriff's department, and even the FBI were in town and in full crime-fighting mode. In the end, the police said that while the threats were horrific, whoever had issued them didn't seem to actually have the presence or the means to actually carry out the kind of violence they had threatened. On September 19th, a letter was sent to the police, and it was only then that the police knew for sure who they were dealing with, because the Dark Overlord hacker group had taken credit for the entire incident. And they were just getting started. Less than a month later, they would strike again. But this time, they would escalate considerably. Johnston, Iowa. On October 3rd, 2017, Dark Overlord would strike again, this time in Iowa. It was the exact same pattern they used in Montana back in September. The parents, students, and school staff started getting threats, and these were even more intense than the last time that they had sent them out. One parent got a text that said, quote, "I'm going to kill some students at your son's high school." That kind of escalation was extremely shocking. How this entire thing wasn't labeled as some kind of terroristic threat, I'll never know, but it fits the very definition of what constitutes a terrorist threat. The police all but said as much, but the actual statement was something along the lines of, The threats were graphic, explicit, and clearly meant to simulate a credible and imminent act of violence. And what happened this time was that a third-party vendor that was connected to the district had been compromised, and hackers had managed to get students' personal information, such as home address, full legal names, academic information, and any contact details associated with them and their families. Now, while in the Columbia Falls incident, no ransom was ever paid, Dark Overlord never made good on their threat to publish the actual information that they had, at least allegedly stolen, and intended to make public. In the case with Johnston, however, as I said, it had escalated in multiple ways. One of those ways was that this time, Dark Overlord made good on their threat, and actually did make the information public. They bragged about the theft and the threats on social media. They tagged the school district and even began to taunt the police. Of course, Johnston canceled classes, and a similar lockdown took place, as law enforcement prepared for any violence that may end up occurring as a result of this. In Montana, Dark Overlord had learned that creating an atmosphere of fear and panic was a great way to cause chaos, which the group appeared to have a certain fondness for. This time, they decided to take that fear to the next level, and the whole thing must have been fairly gratifying, as it appeared that the chaos was the real goal, and that the money was kind of just an afterthought. Splendora, Texas. When Dark Overlord published their little brag list on social media, they also claimed credit for attacking the school district in Splendora, Texas in late September. And, sure enough, on September 29th, the Splendora School District had issued a public statement that they were receiving threats from hackers, and that they promised tiered escalation, including direct messages to parents, students, and staff. While they admitted that they didn't know exactly what information it was safe to assume that it included most of their personal information, like addresses. What is less clear in the Texas case is if they ever made good on the threats to publish the student directory as they did in Iowa. I know this particular case is a bit thin, which is why I tacked it on here at the end, even though it happened before the Iowa attack. But there's just not a whole lot that is publicly known, so a lot of the details regarding Splendora's experience with Dark Overlord are really kind of foggy at best. Now, all of this led, of course, to fallout at multiple levels. After Montana, Texas, and Iowa, even the federal government was forced to take action, since it was quite clear that this was going to be a motif in the future for other groups, or future attacks by the Dark Overlords. The first thing they did was issue a national alert at every K-12 school district that there was a new cyber extortion threat in which students' personal data may be targeted. They also warned that there may even be direct threats sent to parents and the students. They even included that payment may be demanded in the form of Bitcoin in order to prevent the release of data on the internet. All of this also led to schools being reclassified as, quote, soft targets in national cybersecurity meetings. What this meant was low security, high impact targets. This incident sparked an entire debate about whether student data should be treated with the same protections as other sensitive federal categories. At the more academic or grassroots level, all of this resulted in a nationwide tightening of cybersecurity. School districts began to audit their networks. Also, since Iowa had pointed out the extreme vulnerability of them, they began evaluating any third-party vendors that have handled their servers or data. They also started to establish cybersecurity response plans. In short, the school district realized that "we're just a school" was no longer an effective shield against such attacks. But these reforms were actually a good thing for Columbia Falls, because they finally had to make some major changes and updates that they had been trying to avoid because of costs, of course. Across the country, administrators and staff were now receiving basic cyber hygiene training. This was something that, prior to the attacks in Montana, it had never been a standard. At an even more personal level, the people who had experienced the threats and having their information made public, in the case of Johnston, suffered pretty long-term trauma. In both Montana and Iowa, the school districts reported that parents kept their children home for weeks. Parents reported that their kids were sleeping with their lights on. The parents were demanding transparency from the schools, and rightfully so. In short, this attack wasn't just as simple as a digital crime. Entire communities were held hostage by a nameless, faceless group of cyber terrorists. The only way it could have felt more like a personal violation would have been if someone actually had entered their homes and/or their schools and left threatening graffiti or something equally dramatic and theatrical. That was clearly the entire thing fueling the Dark Overlords. The more they sensationalized what they did, the more they seemed to enjoy it. The hacker group didn't exactly walk away whole themselves. In the wake of the Montana, Texas, and Iowa attacks targeting the schools, after hospitals, law firms, clinics, and even corporations were hit, there was a member of the group, Nathan Wyatt, extradited from the UK in connection with Dark Overlord and charged with cybercrimes that included stealing information and threatening to publish it if ransom wasn't paid. There were other charges, but I really don't feel like slipping into legalese at this point in the script. He, of course, pled guilty to the charges and was sentenced to 5 years in prison and was ordered to pay $1.47 million in restitution. Law enforcement didn't completely dismantle the Dark Overlord group. Far from it. But Wyatt was the first major player in the group to face justice in a courtroom. So the battle wasn't over, but the first battle had been won. The first steps in being able to bring this hacker group to justice had been taken, and at least someone in connection with those kinds of crimes had to stand in a courtroom and was sentenced to even a modicum of prison time. This marked a huge tightening of international cooperation. A British national was extradited in connection to cybercrimes that included what amounted to acts of cyber terrorism. However, it wasn't just the hacker group that ended up facing legal repercussions. There was a clinic in Georgia that ended up being fined more than $1.5 million under HIPAA because subsequent investigations uncovered that their security practices were less than stellar. This shows just how deep these attacks cut. Even people that fell victim to the group ended up facing regulatory backlash because the gaps in their security were just way too large to be ignored. Which, if they were truly that negligent, maybe it was for the better. But regardless of Wyatt's conviction, the far-reaching reforms that echoed across the nation, and the FBI's involvement, the full Dark Overlord organization was never fully exposed, dissolved, or otherwise disbanded. Law enforcement never announced any of the core leaders of the groups having been arrested. But you could almost say, seeing as how they seemed to thrive on chaos and attention, they had a fate that was far worse, at least for a theatrical and dramatic group like them. They faded from the headlines, from the public consciousness. Not because they were defeated in the great cyber battle, but because they shifted their targets, went deeper underground, and the internet moved on to other monsters. So, in conclusion, the Dark Overlord's crimes weren't the largest or most financially damaging of that era, but they were arguably worse for the intimate nature of the threats. They didn't just threaten the institutions they stole from. They took things to an entirely different level. They took communities hostage, made them afraid to send their kids to school. And not just for a few days between the attacks and the resumption of school, but for weeks after things had returned to normal for the school districts in the official capacity. It was an even more violating crime than just taking money from people. They took people's sense of security in their own homes. They made them not even want to go outside. I think that's an even worse kind of thing to take from people. Home is the place that we should always be able to feel safe. And when someone takes that from you, it's almost impossible to get it back. This past life experience starts during my very first blind test ever, in 3rd grade's English lesson. I had never even heard of blind tests. When the teacher gave me and my other classmate, yes, there were only 2 of us, it was a rural forest school and such, a blind test to translate 10 Finnish words to English, I was livid on the inside. This was unfair. What do you mean you can give a test without telling about it beforehand? In my anger, I made up my mind to translate all 10 words and get them right. That would show the teacher. All the words were easy except for 2 words, high and sky. I remember how high is pronounced, but I couldn't remember how it's spelled, so I did my best to write down a word which sounded right to me. Now, the word for a sky was really, really challenging. My head was completely empty when I tried to remember that word in English. I thought, and when a word popped into my mind, it didn't sound exactly right, but when I thought about it, I got a mental image of a pretty summer sky with fluffy clouds. Having a feeling that the word was not probably right, I wrote it down. I was not going to leave any words without a translation. I needed to ace this blind test. Since there was only one other student in my class, the teacher checked our tests right after we were done. Then she called on me. "Hey, listen, do you speak German?" "No," I answered truthfully. "Do your parents speak German?" the teacher asked, and I shook my head. "No, they speak only Finnish." My teacher was getting a bit confused. "Well, have you been to Germany?" "No, I've never been outside Finland." "Do any of your relatives or a friend speak German, or have you studied German?" Again, my answer was an honest no. "Well, then please explain to me why you have written German for your English test." Turns out that the word for high that I had written, here, which means here in German, and the word for sky, Himmel, that's a sky in German. My teacher was shaking her head, saying that while the word for sky was right, it's in the wrong language, so she can't give me points for that. For some reason, a child living in a rural forest in East Finland with no access to German language, and way before the internet was even a thing, knew German. But this is not all. You know that feeling when you're asleep, but you know that the dream you're having is not just an ordinary dream? This is how my past life memory journey to Germany actually started. I was asleep, but it didn't feel like a dream. I'm a lucid dreamer, and I can wake myself up if I don't like the dream, but this was even beyond that. I was standing on a street during a night under streetlights, in some suburb that I didn't recognize. It was quiet, and no one was outside except this little girl. She was wearing a frilly pink dress. Her blonde hair was up into pigtails, and she was holding in her arms a brown teddy bear almost as big as her. She was maybe 5 or 6 years old. I immediately recognized her as my own inner child, which was funny, because I was a tomboy when I grew up. Everyone always mistook me for a boy because of my looks. A little girl in a frilly pink dress with a teddy and pretty long hair was the complete opposite of me when I was a child. I went to greet her, and she looked at me, speaking to me with this little girl's voice. In the 15th century I was this, in the 16th century I was this, in the 17th century I was the Countess of Brunn. As soon as she said that, a screen opened next to us. It was scenery from inside a wooden manor with light blue walls and blue curtains, which were on fire from their hems. A beautiful lady in a big dress and fear in her eyes was running away from something. I knew that the house had been broken into by 2 masked men when the master of the house was gone. They were trying to burn the manor down to hide their tracks, and that now they were chasing this woman. This woman who was me, the Countess of Brunn. I knew that the men would catch me, assault me, and in the process, I would become pregnant with one of their children. But I would never know who these men were. I would never find out who the father of this child was, which I didn't want, because it belonged to a man who had assaulted me together with his friend. I couldn't take it. I didn't want to see the assault happening. I closed my eyes and turned my head away from the scenery, and as I did that, I woke up. Well, that explains why I'm fine with anything in media and literature except for SA. The thought of it still makes my stomach churn in horrible ways. But what I didn't know beforehand was the name Brun. I had never heard of it. I knew instantly that it was a German name, not Austrian, but German, and that it was written either with U or with the German Y, which is U with the umlauts. I had limited access to the internet due to how new the internet still was. Google didn't really exist yet, and I think the only way to find information was to ask Mr. Jeeves or Yahoo Search. I did my best to find information about Brun. I located a city in Norway with Brun name, but it didn't feel right. I just knew that it was linked to Germany. I managed to find a short mention that Brun was a German surname and has existed for a long time, but that's all. And truth be told, I was not very convinced by my findings, so I forgot the whole thing. Many years later, when I was 32, I had visited Berlin multiple times and started to think if I should start German studies after all. I had always both liked German and disliked it at the same time. Like this weird love-hate relationship with a language I had no experience of. I got an urge to go to a nearby thrift store the other day. Not knowing why I should go there, I still followed this urging, and what do you know? For the first time ever, I found books in German from the store. They were meant for preteens, and they were only €1 each, so I was happy. I thought that I should get one, so if I ever start German studies, I could try to translate the book and read it out loud to get familiar with German pronunciation. But the books were from the 60s and 70s. The thing with old children's books is that they are often full of doodles of the previous owners. So, before I made up my mind to buy any of the books, I wanted to see their condition first. I took a book which seemed to tell a story of a boy and his dog based on the cover image, and I opened it. I was happy to see that it was all clean. The only markings in the book were the marks of the previous owner's name, Marcus Brun. I almost dropped the book in that instant. There, in my hands, was a German book, and its owner used to be a boy with the surname Brun. Exactly like in my vision almost 15 years prior. I immediately bought the book and rushed back home. I had to dig deeper into this now that I had unlimited internet access, and search engines were a thing. At home, I searched for information about the surname Brun. Turns out that it does have two versions, Brun with a U, and Brun with the German Y. Exactly as I had felt it. The surname still exists, and it's strong, especially in the northwest part of the country, along the River Rhine. The surname means brown in Alemannic and Low German dialects. It is also an old surname, which, during the Middle Ages, became a noble family name, exactly as the little inner child of mine had told me in the dream. I was the Countess of Brun in the 17th century. Now, I needed to know if counts actually run under the surname Brun. I had gotten information of this particular past life in a way that I knew that it was my husband who was a count, and I had become a countess through this marriage. I was not German myself, but married from a different country, perhaps from Poland. I wasn't sure. I still didn't like German as a language because I didn't speak a word of it when I married my husband, and the first 2 years were absolutely horrible, especially when my husband was away often due to his work, and I was left alone at home with old servants who didn't know what to do with this woman. I cried a lot back then, but eventually I learned the language. It was the language of my beloved husband and our children. So I also loved German. the love-hate relationship I mentioned. But could I find any evidence of counts under this surname? I did. It wasn't from the 17th century, but then, on the other hand, I think that such records don't exist in any other language than German, which I do not speak. This record was of Count Brunn, who had served under Napoleon in 1805. I have a feeling that my first name might have been Anna. While Countess sounds like a fancy title, we weren't fancy or super rich. Just the normal, noble folk, the same way as nowadays nobilities are. Thus, I feel like that if I wanted to know more about this lifetime, I would need to travel to Germany with someone who is fluent in German and knows about historical records, where to find them and where a now forgotten family of Brunns has lived. I think our manor doesn't exist anymore, but perhaps a painting of me or my family could be hiding somewhere. Speaking of manors, I used to have a friend in my 20s, and I knew that he had been my son in this countess' lifetime. The son who was born as a result of that assault. This friend of mine was not keen on history, but once he said to me suddenly, "I would like to go to Germany to look around the 17th century manors." I took that as a confirmation that deep down he also remembered his past lifetime. That we did indeed live in a manor in the 17th century of Germany, and this is not the first time we have met on this planet Earth.